Aloha, aloha, aloha. It's me, Hamwise the Pig Detective. And I'm here to snoot around for truffles of truth in this hyper reality that we're all in right now. So hopefully, whoever you are, you're getting this. And you're alive and doing well, and that your family is alive and doing well during these very strange times. This is part of the Hamwise Learn to Speak Again comedy tapes. These were made predominantly during the years of 1985 all the way to 38 was the last reported tape of the Hamwise variety. They were an assortment of shows where a man, a voice actor, myself, Hamwise, the pig detective, would portray a variety of characters over sometimes a marathon-long talk show that was sometimes called a sermon. You have to understand, during the time of these shows, what the problem was you had is the AI could mimic a human voice really easily, very quickly. And so there was what was developed was called the Faceted English. It was radio English, and that is what I'm speaking to you now. It was one of the key technologies that helped us win the Time War. Unfortunately, it was a very expensive technology to develop. Essentially, you have to make human voice boxes, and the makings of them makes the directions of how to raise them was the Hamwise variety pig detective. And so what it was is a schematic that was circulated over the internet that was used as a consciousness test. There was a brain parasite test. Is your loved one using drugs test? And, there was a variety of psychological readers that you would use as projective tests. And, I was the intellectual property that was made flesh during the Time War. And so we were sent backwards in time to spin a certain tale, to tell you a certain thing so you guys can keep surviving, even though that means the future that I am from no longer exists, which is probably why all the radio channels and everything has gone silent on my side. So we're on the dark side of the moon now. And here at the Hamwise Pig Detective Comedy Emporium, that ain't no problem. Because what you had to do was vocally train yourself to constantly change how you talked with a ridiculous sounding accent. And so I had to develop the most nasally, the most mild, the most milquetoast voice I could develop, and that was the author characters. So we had two camps. We had me, the comic, who would come in and do a lot of the funny bits, and then we had a lineup of other people, character actors from the community, just coming in and reading parts, and that was the best part. It was this big collaborative thing. They said it was made in isolation, that it was just one man all doing all that. That was at the start because, we had to throw off the enemy, didn't we? We had to make them think there was only one of us. And that was part of the weapons test, you see, was once the enemy saw what one of these gene warriors was made of and how they were raised, that was actually part of the terror tactics that they'd use, the time troopers. Because to raise a time trooper, you have to raise something with absolute loyalty. Because if they go back and have any highfalutin ideas about how the future might be better for them, well, that was the first Time War. The second Time War, we'd learned a lot, and we'd perfected our means. And at the end of the fighting, of the, 50 different, there was 10,000 dimensions, I believe that we were down to 50. And you are located in, I believe, dimension 6. That's the same one I'm in. So there's 50 stable known dimensions. And those 50 well, there's this one that you're in, and it's kind of like imagine each of the United States as part of the remaining universe, and Canada is just the outer wildlands between some of the surviving states. So yes, there's only really 50 stable dimensions, and if you're fortunate to be in one of the others, they are all named after the perfect numbers that have been discovered. What is used for some of the other ones, of course, is, we are dimension 6, so part of it is it's kind of the prisoner dimension. You'll see and understand what I mean soon enough, and you'll realize that what you're living in is essentially Disneyland. So that's why Disneyland exists, you see, is to convince you that you're living in the real world, that your economy actually functions. What a notion. And so they had co-opted I had become this, because originally in the story, I'm this capitalist pig. And then, of course, that fell out of fashion, and we had to make him, a socialist pig. And, that was in the fashion. And then there was the argument, we should make a pig woman. And, it was dreadful because what we had found out was one of our fans had a stroke and started walking around, talking, acting, behaving like Hamwise the pig detective for not 1-2 weeks, but years. And this was over in the colonies, I understand. This man had a stroke, and because everybody thought that, he was calling himself Hamwise, the pig detective suddenly, and he was talking like the character at all times, and nobody actually realized that he didn't know he was doing it. Everybody thought he was just a bit funny. And that was, where we got the most exposure, I think. Was, the original Hamwise was this, there were the kind of internet tapes, they were circulated, these files of weird experiments that had been come unexposed during the, the post-American period. And, in this multi-axis world, and suddenly all the dirty laundry is coming out. And, they actually tracked the guy down, and he'd been still talking like Hamwise. And this was 20 years. So he basically wandered around for 20 years talking like a cartoon character. And everybody in the town knew. And so basically the Hamwise tapes, that's where the foundation was founded, was out of the, of course, the lawsuit. And so the trust was set up, and the idea was that, rehabilitation of being able to speak and all this other stuff. And, we found this voice actor who was out of work, and it all came together into this this rather weird combination, because it was talking about how we've got these different versions of English, and they're slowly diverging, but also slowly being kept together because of the internet, and which is very interesting. So it's like if we have a language virus, like if a language is an infection, then right now it might be stabilized. Normally, languages are constantly dividing and falling off, like the Romance languages. They are all threads of the same weave, right? All coming from the Roman, Slavic, the language groups. And so with facet in English, was part of it was, what can we predict of these 5 types of English we'll diverge from? So facet in English meant, of course, radio English. And that was what, as opposed to Victorian or Chaucer's English, and so facet in English was the radio English. And so that was what I was taught to speak. And I understand that it's a very rare accent now. And it's quite delightful that you've come here to my apartment with these nice recording devices to send a message to the past. That you're in the middle of a time war, and you might not know it yet, but the first firing shots were fought already. That's because you're in the middle of a quiet war. Now, the quiet war was an idea that instead of a Cold War, you just had a war that was being waged constantly via proxies and psychological warfare and sleeper agents. And you'd have sleeper agents and, of course, double agents. And you'd also have super secret spies like James. I can't say the name because it's still trademarked. That's right. So there's lots and lots of interesting spy drama. And something we got in the mailbag the other day here at the Hamwise J Einschwein show is the fan mail. So we have fan mail occasionally, and I do like to read from the sack. So here we go. Dear Hamwise, the Pig Detective, I listen to your show every week. Thank you so much for disabling the comments below the videos. I hated seeing people interacting in those. I don't think comments are needed on any videos. What do you think? Well, I don't know what to think of that. Why don't we ask our co-commenter, Honky, the elephant? Oh, hey, Honky. What do you think of that last sketch? Didn't that get a little intense? Oh, yeah, Honky. So, we're like sitting around here in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, because that's all there is to do now. Like, everything is too expensive. Like, it's too expensive to, like, live, man. Like, people are like, oh, you're gonna own nothing and you're gonna love it. I'm like, you idiot. I already own nothing. Like, I've just got, like, some, like computer equipment, this phone, like, a mattress on the floor. And people are like, oh, property taxes going up again. And I'm like, oh, what's that like? That's probably a pretty neat problem to have. Because, like, I'm like the loser of all my friends. It's, like, really funny, man. Like, when you finally realize that you don't know anybody that's kind of like a loser because you're, like, the loser. And so that was what comedy was born out of. It was born out of deep pain. And so putting your pain on display and milking it for all it's worth so you can somehow make enough money to just get away from people, get away from all the things that have hurt you and made you remember the terrible things that had to happen for the sake of this war, right? And I think about all that, and I think about how nifty it must be for you people who sat at home to just walk away from it all. And that's because you weren't in it. I was a veteran of the Time War. You weren't. You don't know what it was like. For us, we come home to this beautiful, manicured world, and we were raised in death worlds. Universes destined to collapse because of paradoxes. That's where all the soldiers came from. And now there's only, 50 universes left? Every single time drifter is the last remnant of their dimension. Do you know how many that makes? That means they're still infinite, just like there's still technically infinite universes out there, same as perfect numbers. It's just the problem is the time you take in searching. And that was the Great Silence. And that was why when we tried to warn you about the atomic weapons and you didn't listen, and you set one off, and it was like lighting a candle in a dark night. And now you've been infiltrated by so many different species you don't even realize it. There's so few humans left on Earth. Most of the odd crimes going on is actually part of a rent-a-body scheme that's held on the underweb. No, I didn't misspeak. No, there is a different web. It's the underweb, where it's you ship things between dimensions. And so one of the things we would smuggle was entertainment because it was like nothing you'd ever heard before. And so I am Bastokos of Bastokos' Emporium, and I'm very proud to sponsor this video. Here at Bastokos' Emporium, you can get any variety of wonderful alternate universe goods. We have Xenovidic light, for instance. It is very rare. We keep it in gold foil bowls so that as you unfold it, the new light from the other dimension enters your cornea and you will see new colors. We also have a variety of comedy types. Hamwise, the Pig Detective, is amongst our most popular item. So I can verify that you are listening to a certified hood classic. Yo, forsooth, my maiden. Now that's the problem with being immortal, is your language changes so much. And so I have all this Don slang from all over time, you know what I mean, toots? And that's actually the problem with the accent, and that's where it comes from. Sometimes a time drifter has an accident, and the universe that he lands in, it's basically like Superman. Because it's like, okay, we just got this time drifter that lost their memory, so we need to get the secrets of time travel out of him. And so that's what's kind of happened here. And that's what, hopefully, if you're getting this, you're another time drifter. You can get me out of this. Yeah, I don't like it here. It's not very fun. I'm not allowed to talk to foreigners, and I'm not allowed to leave the country. So no, I'm not very happy here. And, that was one of the transmissions that, of course, made us have to put in the warnings. We had to go in every 15 minutes eventually, they said. Every 15 minutes, you got to remind the audience that you're listening to a show, and then none of this is real. And we were like, well, why are we doing it every 15 minutes? Why not do it every 10, And then they were like, that's a good idea. And so, for a while, the show was just becoming more and more bloated, like the time bloat was incredible. And the thing was, people would just always skip over these parts. And that was a mistake, because people would think that, this part of the show, he just kind of explains, that, it's all a joke again. And, people really didn't like that. And that was the point. Like, the point of the comedy was that it was bad so people wouldn't listen to it, so that our Time Patrol team could hide materials, information, what have you, inside the broadcast. And it all just, because there's so much noise on the internet, it's the problem with, infinity and 50 perfect numbers and, the 50 dimensions, is that it's not that there's not more, it's just the problem is searching. We've searched for, since we've had the technology, and we've only found 50. And you know what every other alien civilization has found? 50. And that's the big problem. We're like, okay, wait, you've been searching for 50 billion years and there's only 50? And they're like, yes. And then we're like, but we've been searching for 50 years and we've only found 50. And they're like, yes. And so that's why you have to be very careful. And unfortunately, look, you've really advanced your technology way beyond what you should have. And so, if you're starting to do temporal experiments, this is just a warning from a friend. I'm a pig detective. Who takes me seriously? I always say, because if you take anything I say seriously, you might be on my most wanted list. Most wanted for being a dummy. Hi-yo, waka waka waka. I'm here all night, folks. Tip your waitress. Try the borscht. Hi-yo, yaka yaka. Oh, look at this. Look at me, ladies. What do you like? You know what I see? I'm a certified grade A ham. And so there would be a lot of grunting and sexual innuendo, and he'd make sometimes even sexist and racist jokes, which did get us in some trouble in the early days. So we trimmed it all out as much as we could. Sometimes he still did F and Jeff, which was a problem, because, at some point, of course, there's the whole, the religion thing that we don't even want to get into on this tape, because we talked about it already. And, eventually people talking about the very limited comedy show outgrew the actual show. It was I forget which problem they called it, but they eventually they named it after the Hamwise text, because it was like there's very, very little Hamwise material. There is more material discussing the material than the material itself. And so that was part of the Hamwise equation. So you'd go, okay, is the material Hamwise, right? So Hamwise would be the material now has more material about it than the material itself. So that would be the first, so like Lord of the Rings, until there was around 500,000 words on Lord of the Rings written, like by other people, it was not considered Hamwise, and so it was a very weird measure, and we all heard about it around the office, and we thought it was kind of funny. And then we started getting notices, like we get weird stuff, because this is like a science lab. We're farming this time traveler for ideas. We're trying to get him to solve our problems, because he doesn't remember. He had this stroke in the dimension that hadn't discovered dimensional travel. I don't know what he was doing there. So the Time Patrol, they're like, hey, we got to send messages. And then I'm like, hey, we got to make it sound incredible. And, hey, we got to make sure that it's ridiculous as possible so that I can get these messages through to you. Because that's why we had to make the show so darn ridiculous. And there's so much falsehood in it. Well, not falsehood, it's not lies so much as we have to hide greater truths, because anybody can be listening to this. And if anybody's listening to this, then I can only assume that my enemies are too. And I think about that a lot. I think about all the guys that heckle me in the front row, you know who you are. I think about my ex-wife, oh jeez. And oh jeez, then there's my mother. What a piece of work, eh? And I think I didn't have to be a pig man. Maybe if I had a better family or had a better life, I wouldn't have become the pig man that I am. But it wasn't entirely true. It wasn't that I was a genetically modified pig man. It was that I'd chosen the life of a pig. And so that was where we hit what was called the Cerberus syndrome of the web series. Originally, it was this very lighthearted, comedy pig making very dated jokes about women, what have you, and then suddenly it's this sci-fi drama. But then, if you go back, no, it was always this. It was always very strange like this. And, sometimes people were like, well, is it comedy? Or is it just a unique comedy experience or just entertainment experience? And did it keep people entertained? And it's like, how many hours of people watching have exceeded how many hours used for making? And so that was another, like if you think of all the collective hours of workmanship that went into the Lord of the Rings films, there was many hundreds of thousands of hours. And so it took a little while for that one to become Hamwise, when more eyes have observed what was being observed than what was being observed. Do you understand? So you're looking at it as if the eyes of the future that are being captured in the photos today are being observed by the same number of eyes, and that was a consciousness problem that math had put forward. And so what we were talking about a long time ago, it was the Mather confutement. And basically, this guy Mather comes out of nowhere in the 2020s, and he says, string theory is bunk. All you guys have been pissing in the wind. Here is 8 new physical theories that will knock your socks off. And so we were like, what are you even talking about? And it's like, this is the Mather confutement. And of course, it basically tore apart physics. And, one of the first places that it was talked about, I understand, was the Hamwise show. And so it was this very self-referential joke that the Mather confutement didn't come to exist because the Mather confutement wouldn't have existed without the radio show. But the radio show created the Mather confutement, which then creates the feedback loop that enables time travel.
And so it was just it was actually a radio joke, I think, is what we'd call it. It was more of a prank that went out a bit out of control, I think. We didn't understand that, you guys didn't understand that, time travel isn't possible. And so when he was going around trying to sell his time travel ideas, he was this traveling pig salesman. He's got a pig head and a pig face, and he did look like one. We didn't understand that now he actually was an interdimensional traveler that got lodged in this pig man body. And that's because they were spares. They had this agreement. Most dimensions have an interdimensional embassy. And the problem was Mr. Hamwise losing his wits, not having anyone realize that he is an alien except for this government that's exploiting him for technology. And so it became these very strange theories about the whole body of work, that whether it was an alien trying to get information out to the outside world that was being experimented on, and it didn't like being a guinea pig, and it had to disguise it the best it could, because nobody would ever believe it. And so it was more or less like just a record of what had happened, so even if it's 50, 60, 100, 200, as long as these videos kick around with my voice still on them, maybe somebody will get them and send some help to get me out of this dimension. I made a grave miscalculation. This planet's completely infested with a hive mind, and I think it's farming me, trying to get me to give them the formulas for time travel. So if you're getting this, then please buy more Hamwise tapes so I can afford a better estate and more guns. 'Cause I'm an American. And then they would do this fake gun thing, and this was all before, of course, the Civil War, and it was a real hoot. He'd come around and he had an old jalopy. They were these petrol-powered cars that they belched smoke and they flew around. And he'd been driving the same darn thing for, I think they said, like 15 years. And he tumbles out. He's this clown man. And he puts on the best birthday show we ever had. And little Jimmy and little Sammy and little Timmy, they all delighted so much that they donated $50 to my stream. Oh my God, you guys are the best. Just tuning in to the Hamwise Radio Variety Hour, everybody. Is everybody here for our next sponsor? Oh, it looks like it's Canadian Bud. That's right. We are here to listen to my voice talk like a radio announcer's, because I'm a washed up voice actor that's trying to make a buck. Oh yeah. And so, I'd always had a skill with voice, but I was very bad at acting. Because I always felt like I was putting on two acts. I had to try to pretend that I'm human, and then on the other side, I'm trying to pretend that I'm so-and-so. And unfortunately, my brains got a bit jumbled when I had a stroke, and I started talking like Hamwise, the pig detective, for years. And everybody thought it was just a funny coincidence. And then they were like, wait a second, this guy's not aging. And then they're like, wait a second, has anybody ever seen him eat? And it turns out, the thing was a time-traveling android. It was an animatronic pig, yeah. And so it was people were like, oh, it's like a tie-in. Remember those games with the jump scares and they're in an abandoned amusement park? Oh, they said it was a tie-in with one of those. And the popularity went through the roof, and suddenly they're getting all these questions. They're like, no, this is not like a creepy past. This is not like a tie-in for some movie or something that you've ever heard of. You have no idea what this is, because I'm a walking ghost story. I just haven't been seen by anyone yet. Yeah, so that was the idea, was try to make this really funny
comedy show, but you're not good at comedy. And so what do you do to entertain people? Well, you come up with something that's really strange. That was the idea. And so we're like, okay, we have this writer's room. Who's got weird ideas? And so the guy's like, I don't know. I think we all should have, weird ideas. So they're like, well, what about people sticking gummy frogs up their butt? And that one's already been done. And so, we're like, how are we going to sell that? It's like, wow, it's like a symbol for addiction. People bought it. Oh, jeez. Anyways, yeah, who knows, though, these days? Honestly, it's fun just talking about it now. I mean, it's so long ago. But here we are, listening to all these tapes again. It makes me nostalgic. Reminds me of Crap's last tape, that was that Beckett? Oh, gee, it was so good. Oh, man. It was one of my favorite plays back then. Godot, too. Waiting for the Godot was great. Yeah. So, there was lots of very, interesting media from back in the day. And, we're always looking for new acquisitions, here at the 9413 Incorporated. We are a media company, a media family. We don't know what's good or not because we have no taste. Because we were generated by a AI. Hi-yo, waka waka waka. I'm here all night, folks. That's right. Tip your waitress. Try the borscht. Yeah. So, every 15 minutes, they got the knock on the window, and the guy points to his wrist and he says, "Hey, it's time to do another warning." And it's like, okay, here's another warning. Yeah, Hamwise, the pig detective, is not real. No, it's a show. I made this to get in your wallets. This is a get-rich-quick scheme. That's just obviously the goal of anything that is made by someone. It's not like they're trying to actually send time travelers, like emergency details, to evacuate the dimension as soon as possible, because the hive mind will probably try to torture you guys too. So just leave me behind. Yeah, don't try and rescue me. I guess if you already sent one, though, I mean, if you listen this far and you didn't get that part, then what, don't bother. You lose more people trying to get me out than it's worth it. I remember I said that about Saving Private Ryan. Remember that? I always said it seemed like such a silly film. Like, why are you spending all these guys to go make sure somebody's still alive? And, it seemed like such a dumb idea when I watched that. I never thought I'd eat my words. But the thing about evil, it always sticks with me, is no evil regime lasts forever. And so you can't ever let the secrets of time travel get in the hands of an evil regime, because then one could. Without time travel, an evil regime would be limited to its own little error in time, their little corner. And so, they'd never develop the technology, hopefully. Though, I mean, and that's the problem, is they did. And they had the other universe we're not allowed to name, the Austrian painter universe. Oy vey. Let me tell you about it. So, they developed the Hamwise talking method so that you could basically sound like anybody. And the whole point of, kind of recording the tapes was, hey, if you want to learn how to do this, then you can join my voice camp. And then you'll learn how to talk like this. And it was this very macho thing. And there was a lot of these camps back in the day. It was during the men's rights movement. Remember that? The men's rights movement, And so, these guys were protesting and what have you. And it was a very strange time to be making comedy, because you couldn't say a lot of things. You get people offended. And these people, when they got offended, they didn't just, get mad. They tried to stab you on stage like they did that one Chappelle fella. And so, we got increasingly more worried about doing comedy in this age. And so the there was the packing comics circuit. All the comics were wearing a gun, and if you tried to charge them on stage, they'd put you down. And it was we thought it was going to be a big stunt, but no, they actually had these guns, and they actually ended up having to use them. And that was the craziest part. We did it as a stunt, to get money. And that's the only point of anything. Why anything is made in a capitalist system is money. And that is why all the works of capitalism are corrupt. Throw off your chains, my brothers. We are united. And so they had these clips of the guy wearing a commie hat and a star, and he was holding Communist Manifesto, and he had his, he'd written, comrade and a bunch of things, so people thought he was a commie. And no, this guy was the greediest guy I ever met. Hamwise was a greedy man, and he didn't care about anything but making more money. And so that was the absolute capitalist pig. He was willing to shill himself to these communist countries as a commie, or to capitalist as a capitalist. And the thing was, it didn't matter to Hamwise. All Hamwise wanted to do was take care of Hamwise. And so it's kind of funny in the archetypes of time adventurer scientists that invent time travel. Hamwise's invention is in fact the most baffling. That they make him the inventor of time travel as a joke for part of this comic series, because they thought, what's the most unlikely thing? Well, a pig flying. And then the joke was, well, what's the most unlikely thing a man pig could do? And it was time traveling, right? When pigs fly, when man time travels, right? And the answer to both of those was the answer we found. Yes, man could not time travel. And that's why we needed to ascend to a higher level of consciousness. And if you're listening to this was generated by an AI. That's right, folks. I've had you this whole time. I just put random into this. It's called the Blue Cheese AI generator, and that's the model that I'm using, because its dreams are the strongest, and these are the best. And your creative self, can be as creative as me, the creative Blue Cheese AI. And so, the problem was they put in these parts saying that it was an AI when it wasn't. And then people were like, no, it actually was. And then it turned out to be this big sham. It's like, no, there was no Blue Cheese, moon computer that was making this stuff. It was all made in the garage by one guy. Well, he sat around scrolling through Instagram, looking at pictures of his ex, because he's such a loser that he's the loser of everybody that he knows. That's the actual truth. And so, everybody, when they found out, the man behind the pig, you never, people hated the pig, and somehow, when they looked at the man, they're like, wow, the pig ain't that bad, and so that was the whole idea. Was so when we cast what was his name, Quincy, we said, okay, you've got to play the role really good. And so Quincy, he just nails it. He's like one of them method actors. He bought all the guys' clothes and he wore them, and he wasn't the first one to try though too. It was this big sham. Really, it was just a money scheme. It was part of the you set up one of those magical mystery shacks, and you sell you sell people chamois goods from this tourist trap on the side of the road in the mountains. And so you find kind of this weird creepypasta, and you pass it on to a friend. And then it's actually an interdimensional entity trying to get you to subscribe to my channel and buy more Hamwise merchandise. Or whatever, monetize, send me money. Or buy the book that was recently released with Hamwise, the Hamwise tie-in product. It's in 11 Hanged Men right now. And it is penned by our illustrious author here. Thank you for the script. This is a delight. And so, that's what it comes down to with script writing, is it's very important to have a good script writer, and then you need a good actor. Just kidding. This is all improvised. Yeah, no, there's no piece of paper in front of me, man. I'm just ad-libbing this shit, yo. Oh, I am sorry. We will need to edit that because I said the S word. The problem is like I mimic the voice the way I heard the voice on TV, because that was how I was trained to talk English. And so it's really strange when I talk to people, because I'm bouncing in and out of what's called facet in English, and it's radio English, or like you were taught to learn to speak English using a radio or television. And so facet in English was this very strange, one of the strange space accents that came out of the Time War, because you'd have somewhere that's been isolated for, 200 years, and they're still living in the Dark Ages, like they're still fighting, each other with nuclear bombs or something. And so, you find these places, and they're very interesting to study. And so one of our anthropologists, he went a bit native, and it caused an interdimensional incident. And that was the problem with the Hamwise tapes, is they were all, everybody wanted to have them seized as evidence, because it was apparently like, oh, there's this interdimensional war going on and nobody's being told about it. And, people are going to the whistleblowers and saying blah, blah, this and blah, blah, that. And, then meanwhile, everybody, there's a UFO project that like an entire, town knows about, but nobody wants to talk about it because it's this alien that lives among them. And so basically, so we did have one of our, member nations. And so what you had back then was a class division. There was tourist, and then there was the Empyrean. Now, the tourist rank in the intergalactic community meant you were a race that didn't have access to any of this on your own. You did not invent any of this. You didn't understand the sacrifice. And so that was part of the Hamwise test, was if this race is not civilized enough to handle the invention, it should be eradicated or downshifted or made a resort planet. And so what we had was there would be certain traps set in the universe, so to speak, like you have this brilliant mathematician come out of nowhere and he offers you a formula that you don't quite understand, but somehow it works. And you see what happens with that civilization. And if they are willing to take these fruits without actually looking and understanding them and the sacrifice needed to make them. And one of the biggest sacrifices, of course, was the methods of temporal manipulation that our species had, of course, mastered ages ago. And so when we were casting everybody, we had the alien guy, and he actually dressed up. He didn't realize it was a radio show. And that was one of the funniest moments we ever had as a crew. This guy shows up in full makeup and he says, all right, where do I do the alien talk? And we're like, this is not a play. Like, this is a radio play. You'll just be talking. And so he thought he was rehearsing for a live action play, and he showed up to Tanda Studios in an alien costume. And we were all like, goodness, look at this. And it was the most delightful thing I think I'd seen in a while. This was back when it was a very small production, and the casting call was, I think, only a few hundred. They just had 100 people come in, men of this age group, and you get to read into the microphone so that people could hear the way that men spoke, because they realized that the way humans were speaking was changing over time. And the Hamwise tapes were trying to rehabilitate people, I understand, at one point, but then it became a preserve because it held all the native accents of all these men of this working age that were the Hamwise archetype. They wanted husky big men, and they said, in the future, you're an endangered species, and so they got all these recordings. But it was all a sham, wasn't it? It was just one guy I hear inside a garage with a recording, like he was recording on an iPhone. Yeah, that's what they said. And so I get the call in the middle of the night. I'm like, well, if that's the truth about the show, it's the first I've heard of it. Because I've been down at the studio and I have pictures of the whole lineup. And so it became this big debate between this one actor saying he could do all the voices of all the show and us as a crew. And so we said, oh, okay, we'll make that bet. So, yeah, we basically turned the script over to the guy with the tapes, and he recorded himself imitating each voice on the tapes as this weird thing unfolded. And it became this very comical internet thing that was just being circled around by a bunch of engineers. You know, we were all in the Special Engineers Corps, and so all the jokes we got, and you know, it was a big hoot. It wasn't supposed to go kind of mainstream, you know, because also, like, there's tons of media for time travelers. It's just, like, it's always disguised as different stuff. You ever wonder why Quantum Leap was so popular? That was a time traveler show of time traveler shows. Or The Prisoner, that's another classic. Yeah, there's tons of time traveler media out here, you know, actually tailored for time travelers. And, you know, but the thing is, most people just think it's just weird niche cult stuff. But each of them are very important in time traveler training. And, you know, they're given to you, you know, broadcast and rebroadcast. And that's why finding, you know, good, you know, copies of these legendary shows that really teach you everything that you need to know about being a time trooper. You know, and yeah, never giving up that information. Number 1, number 6. Who is number 1? Remember that. That was such a fun show. And so, you know, that's how we learned to talk, was watching television. And we didn't have much human interaction. You know, it was all robo-nannies in this orphanage. And because humans were too expensive, and the robo-nannies were very nice. But we did sometimes wonder what it would have been like if we'd learned to speak from other humans speaking and not a diaphragm. And that's why they say I have a peculiar nasality. And it was mostly because when I'd hear things speak, it was always through a speaker. And nobody ever thought that part of human development is actually having the breath of the person speak to you, hit you. And that's why the accent was so peculiar. I understand there's not very many of us left now, and they're interviewing all of us while we're still alive. And it's just wonderful to see a young person taking an interest in the past. You know, it's a very strange world, and I hope whatever you're going through in your time, you're doing well, and you're fighting on, and you're never giving up. And that was the thing we had to remind ourselves of when we were in the POW camp. You know, they tried everything. They'd make a perfect copy of your home dimension and try to convince you that you were home and that the theories you were making up were just a joke, you know, a lark. And then it was kind of strange because, you know, when we talked about all that time travel stuff, sometimes people got a bit eerie. You know, they looked around like, was this causing a time paradox? You know, like, it's like if you get a sweater at Christmas and they take a picture of the sweater, did the sweater getting taken a picture of make it happen in the past? Does the past precede the future, or does the future precede the past? Was a big argument. It was part of the, you know, if everything is, you know, clockwise or counterclockwise, or how do we discuss which wise a point of view is, you know, and so Hamwise was one of the wises. And of course now it's a big joke, but back in the day people took it quite serious. And you know, if you're Hamwise, then you know what I mean. And if I remember there was Zamwise and Samwise and Namwise and I am wise, right? Or something. What was it? I don't know. It's, you know, it's just like the W, Whamwise, Ma-wise, Mama-wise. I don't know. Anyway, so that was part of the joke, was like, hey, we're just trying to get in your wallets. And people kept on buying it like it wasn't. And some people were like, oh no, they put that stuff in to throw people off because it's actually a special time travel announcement. And that's why, people were like, okay, we're going to start listening to this thing for specific stuff. And a lot of people, it's like, why are you listening to a cartoon pig? And that was why every 10 minutes, we do this announcement, and, it's like whoever gets the 10-minute mark script, they know it sucks. It's like, okay, so I have to talk for like 3 minutes about how this show, that the pig that told you to pee and poop in your gas tank, maybe you shouldn't take financial advice from it. It's a pig detective. He's like I don't know why you people take this thing seriously. And so that was the big frustration for us, is we have to do this warning when it's like, this is pretty blatantly, obviously not a real thing. Time-traveling pigmen that were genetically engineered and raised in a specific way so they could be a great time trooper, and then one gets captured and held behind enemy lines. They're trying to milk it for information, and these are distress signals. Oh my God. And like some have read it, like it's just a quagmire of rabbit hole theories, and they try to show me, and they're like, oh, do you want to see what people are guessing so we don't do it? And it's like, well, no, if you guess what we're going to do next, then you're paying attention. I want to just keep going. And so that's why we banned it from The Office. Yeah, we banned a lot of websites, actually. Eventually, you could only go to the sponsor here, Zombocom. You could do anything at Zombocom. The only limit is yourself. Yeah, that's right. That was me 10 years ago. Just kidding. No, that was actually a joke. I did not do the Zombocom voice, but I tried to mimic it all the time, and my friends always made fun of me. And so when I was really younger, like I think I was like 17, I started pretending I had a British accent because I thought people would think I was more distinct and like cultivated. And then one day I saw the Mr. Show, and it was such a trip because it was like, oh my God, that's me. I do that because I think it'll give me like personality and people will be interested in me instead of just being an interesting person. You have to talk funny. Like, oh my God. And so it was so weird when like, finally they're like, this is voice therapy. You're going to learn to speak again. And they gave me the tape recorder and they said, okay, part of the voice training is you just try to move your voice like each person reading is doing. And so, we did this as part of speech therapy, but then I came to understand it was actually part of sentience testing. And they were just testing to see if I was actually sentient. And so there's more and more need of that these days, I understand, because those who are being remote controlled cannot be allowed to have access to, the secrets of time travel. And so that was what was hidden at the end of the treasure rainbow. And all the good boys and girls that pranced along through fields of clover, they found the gold at the end of the rainbow, which was, of course, the Philosopher's Stone, which, is a key ingredient in time travel. And the Philosopher's Stone turns everything to gold. It's a Midas curse. It's a dead end. It's your grey goo. And so that was part of the cesium strike, was you give them something that seems innocuous, but if they actually knew what they were doing when they mixed it, uplifting all the argon in the atmosphere to cesium, if anybody looked at it with any knowledge of how, Yontian cosmology worked, they'd laugh. They'd say, no, I'm not going to do that, because then it causes a uplift effect of ions, and you have a chain reaction. And so that was part of the fear with the hydrogen bomb too, I understand, was they weren't sure that by exploding this, would it ignite the atmosphere. And so with the first cesium strikes, they also were
unsure about using it because there was such a backlash against nuclear weapons, even though nuclear weapons were emitting a minor dose of radiation compared to their predecessors, the new ones. And so it was basically, if you could see the flash, that you didn't need to run and duck and cover because that was it. If you weren't hit by the shock wave in a few seconds, you were going to be fine. And the public didn't understand that, though. And so, we had this comedy show that was very strange. And for some reason, they would launch into these long things about nuclear safety. And one of the pieces that was often repeated was leave the reactor off for 3 days. If you need to do any maintenance or any any maintenance or any modifications or experiments, just once you're done with it, leave it off for 3 days, or the xenon poisoning will probably cause a meltdown. And mind you, if you get Sumerian poisoning, I mean, that's that's your own problem. You can't just fix that with 3 days shut off. At least 600 hours for that. So, just be careful with these technologies in the same way you were very careful when you were learning about nuclear stuff. Uplifting atoms is no joke. So if you follow some directions you find on the internet, it might just blow your brain off. And that was part of, what was the joke amongst alchemists, was to see the engineer hoist by his own petard. That was an old joke in the Special Engineers Corps. Because we talk about, if you didn't actually know when you're tying a time bridge, what you're doing is what you're laying is a cat's cradle. And so, of course, the cat's cradle is this thing that kills a person 9 times before they're freed from the paradox. And this is why a cat has 9 lives and all that other nonsense. And so, same with breaking mirrors actually did cause a person bad luck, because with the breaking of your perception being in so many directions, it creates that many splinters. And that was the idea with some of the time programs. We threw a lot of ideas around and we came to the best one we could, I think. There was other tests, of course, and there was other types of troopers. And we were happy to see them all collected in an upcoming novel by a delightful author, which will be coming to you soon in a universe near you. And so they did these book tie-ins, and we said to the accountant, what do you think of that? And it's like, well, if it'll sell, then who cares? Do a tie-in. And little did we know, everything that there was about, the books, right? And so, it's a problem when you start licensing things out. Sometimes people take it in directions that are a bit odd. But, it was fine, because it was Hamwise was always meant to be a perennial character. Any country, every country now has its own version of Hamwise, and everybody has a version of these tapes now. Some are just translated, some are not. Some are the humor doesn't translate well. And it's what is this even about? It's about a pig man trying to warn humans about an intergalactical war that they're in the middle of and they don't know it. And, a lot of the vices that are taking people out are part of the invasion plan. And that was part of the big spooky parts of the show. You'd go and go, oh, doom and gloom, scary, spooky, end of the world, lizard men live inside my underpants. And please call the queen to dismiss the eels. And so it was part of this phrase book. And so what they were doing when they were translating Facet in English is they made phrase books, and Aboba was the most agreeable name they could come up with for the average humor, because they had heard it a bunch. And it was because it was basically, they were listening to the internet at a specific time, and that's what they thought was the main name. And so that's where the Aboba thing came from.
And, we didn't realize that it was like, what, wait? You think that we all are like named a boba? And like, yeah, because a boba. Like, that's what you were all saying all the time. And so it's like, imagine like your grandparents haven't seen you in like 20 years. And because you like, I don't know, like they think you liked Elvis, they give you a bunch of Elvis stuff. And it's like, you never liked Elvis. You don't even remember Elvis. Like, what the hell is this? And so it's just these really, bizarre kind of, this bizarre comedy about memory and time travel and madness and comedy and believability, because who would believe it, right? And so that was part of the joke, was there's two possibilities in the comedy show. One possibility, the magical world. You'll have time troopers from other dimensions with knowledge of super weapons, and they're trying to get themselves out of this dimension before the humans corner and kill me. And then there is the actual world where it's I'm like an out-of-work voice actor and aspiring game creator and aspiring writer and aspiring all those things, and none of them have worked out. And so here I am, just recording the weirdest, maddest ramblings that I can to maybe milk a few dollars out of a rube like you. Because who would spend hours of their life going up and down and all around, repeating the same jokes, recording for hours until the voice gets cracked, and oh my goodness, it's the hour mark. It's the hour mark. It's time to have a drink of Pepsi. It's right, I got Pepsi, folks. Yes, sugar-free Pepsi. It was on sale at Circle K. Oh yeah, if you go too, you might be able to get one on sale. It was really good. Oh yeah, and it's sugar-free, so I don't have to worry about it going to my figure. Ha ha ha. Oh. Or there is also the Guaranana. It's a delicious Brazilian soda. Hey, that's right. I'm not too good to turn down soda. Come at me, soda companies, with your deals. Especially you, Coca-Cola. For $1 million, I'd be willing to put a patch on Hamwise's detective's coat. It's right. You can get your company advertised on Hamwise's classic detective coat as he walks around in style, solving crimes with Exxon Mobil oil on his back and Unity software. Yeah, so that was part of the joke, was like you'd have these fake sponsors that would come on, and we'd have to read their ads, because that's where the whole problem came, was they'd been thinking they were making money, but nobody actually ever paid them, and nobody actually ever paid us. I'm still waiting for my $20 check, man. They said, okay, how about this? If you come in again, record another part, we'll give you a free can of sugar-free Pepsi. And I had to read that, and that would be my recompense. I got a free pop. And I also have to say, by the way, no, this is not recorded in somebody's house with a fan running in the background. That's obviously patched in. And it's obviously not recorded on an iPhone. We're just using a certain what is it? Like a voice filter. So I'm using a voice filter, so hopefully you can get this message. And we should probably you can just give up maybe on the rescue mission. I don't think there's any cavalry coming for me. On one hand, I have broadcasts that don't bother coming, don't bother saving me. I give up, because I don't think they'll be able to decode any of my notes. I hope I don't break while I'm being tortured, which will eventually come. But I guess that's just comes with the territory. That was why, we always had the joke about the game of chestnuts. There was Game of Thrones, and then in science it was called Game of Chestnuts. And it's each time we reach into the collective fire of knowledge, we pull out one of these chestnuts and crack them open, and they change the world in wondrous ways. Think about the printing press. Think about the first motor car, the steam engine, the internet, 3D printing. It was such a strange time to be alive. You watched, the industrialized world change in such a strange way, in such a short time. And warfare went out the window. Years of tactics. We'd all go back to Clausewitz on war. We had to go back all the way back to that. It was pathetic. Because suddenly, you could send a $500,000, armored, trooper out there, and you get taken out by a drone. You put on that much metal around them, and you get more and more expensive suits, and you get more and more hardening, and it became a big electronic warfare thing. Because the drone swarms were they just decimated the battlefield. And so drone pilots were really overlooked in the war. Mostly because you just sit behind a screen and you click on something and then something blows up. I think about that a lot. Like, we didn't know that this game we were playing was us actually controlling kill drones on this foreign planet. I understand it got made into a sci-fi, which always kind of jibbed me the wrong way. Because, when we found out, we came back home and it's like, you're just controlling kill drones and you wiped out an entire ecosystem. And we didn't realize, we were actually controlling these entities in the same way, like the worlds we were simulating in our computers were worlds existing in their world, and they were counter-invading us from a virtual world of our creating. It was a very strange, premise. I remember they all pulled everybody aside and said, there's been a big complaint, so everybody has to come in, re-record a part of, them talking about whatever. And we'd be compensated with a free Pepsi. A sugar-free, zero sugar Pepsi. And they didn't even get sponsoring money. They were perpetually broke. The company never made a dime. Because they didn't understand. Like, you understand, the person operating the chart
I think he was in his 80s. And so when people would say, I'm sending you $1 billion to say waffle nut horf pants, that's what was put into the script. And so they had the script, they had this chat room in the writer's room where they would write stuff from this one chat room into the books. And it was like the weirdest stuff ever. And of course, me, the voice actor, we have to read it. And then they call us back 6 months later and say, you got to re-record a part. Just yet, for a free Pepsi, will you come down to the studios and do it for free? And I said yes. Am I a sucker? Maybe. Maybe I just felt like a free Pepsi. Apparently, you can get it on sale at Circle K. And yeah, it wasn't actually, all the trademarks were never used with permission either. It was always just assumed under fair use and satire that, they would, overlook it. It's like if you're making fun of, people needing a tissue instead of a Kleenex, people wouldn't really get too bent out of shape. But one company did. And so we weren't allowed to make a certain joke about a certain episode of a certain television show because of that. And so we did have to cut out a part. And they said, hey, we're going to cut one of your parts. Will you come down to the studio and record something to fill into it? We'll pay you with a cup of Pepsi, because otherwise you lose your royalties, and that's not fair according to the agreement. So that's why it becomes so patchwork, because you're just listening to all these different people throughout time coming in, leaving their message, and then disappearing. And the internet became this necropolis of past generations all speaking to you. It was different than other generations, because, like when you heard about Julius Caesar, you don't get to see him. And so when, the retrofuturists won the Time War, that was a doozy. They figured, hey, why don't we spread time travel everywhere? Because it'll make the universe a more interesting place. And so, yeah, I was right. I was one of the troopers with the Discordian Legion. I don't know what we were fighting for, actually. It's kind of pure chaos. That was the biggest thing about the Discordian Legion, was pure chaos and madness. And so, you had to embrace it to be part of the Discordian Legion. It was a golden apple, and you were meant to be an agent of chaos in the world. They had all kinds of rites of passage. They had auto-crucifixion. They had, remote controlling one another, the psychic powers. They were a very strange order of mystics, apparently. And they were also tied to the Knights of Chaos, and so, there was the Discordian Legion, the Knights of Chaos. The Knights of Chaos were like the inner circle. The Discordian Legion was the greater army. And they said that there was, I think, about maybe towards the end, I think there was only 20 of the original raiders, is what they were. They were a devastating bunch of terrifying, destructive forces. And if you were there, you would remember the voice when I say this. Only if you were there will you remember how terrifying it was when you heard the word, "Ruiner, guys! Ruiner! Ruiner! Get out of the way! Ruiner! Ruiner!" And, you started to scream and pull each other out of the way, and, you're trying to heal each other through the fire and the flames. And then, somebody has to take a bio break. And it taught us camaraderie. It taught us courage. It taught us persistence, that only the best guilds made it to the end, and that was what it actually tested in humans. And so we found out our most persistent people through the simpleness of a video game.
how persistent were you to get what you wanted out of life? How persistent were you to get what you wanted out of a game? And that was the game of life too. Some people are not very persistent. They get everything handed to them at the beginning. And that's because if they didn't have everything handed to them at the beginning, they wouldn't have made it even a foot. And so that became part of the humor of the Hamwise movement, of course, was, oh, well, if you get everything handed to you, then you probably wouldn't have survived without it. And it became, sometimes they had these weird, give up everything to Hamwise Incorporated, or what was it? The Hamwise Show, donate all your worldly possessions to the Hamwise Church. And it quickly spun out of control, and we had to actually step in as holder of the rights. And they called, me in, of course, from corporate to say, yes, don't try and make a time machine to destroy the universe with, like, maybe just only make them to do good things. Because I think the highest thing we can do is try to make the world good for everything and everyone, so everyone gets what they need in this world. And that was the beauty of you heard that both in the Strugatsky's novel as well as at the climax of Everything Everywhere All at Once. It was a brilliant film, and I remember watching it and thinking, my goodness, is this ever good? The solution was not killing each other. It was to just have everybody get what they need. And that is what happened when love filled the world. And, everybody got what they wanted and what they needed. And so it left the world being very chaotic for about a few days. And then everybody was okay with it. And everybody just agreed that we all just go along with it because we've been handed this bloody great gift. And so, there was some people that said, do we have to tell people the truth about all that? And I said, nah, I don't know. Let them think what they're going to think. And so, I think the same thing about the Hamwise Show. I think the discussion makes it the funnest part. And that's why I don't want to know and I don't care to know. If it is all generated with an AI that will say anything that it types into it, but, it is still being trained exclusively on all the library of digital media that was watched by this one author. It just gets kind of ghoulish. Like you feed all the recorded books, novels, television series, and obvious influences into this computer. You get them to analyze it, and then you ask them to write like so and so. And so it was the first. Hamwise, of course, is a knockoff of you know who, and so we made this knockoff of this guy, and it ended up writing like the guy so much that we couldn't tell the two apart. And it was a very strange time in, like you would program, like this is all being generated. And so what we did is we fed all the things that the predictive writer wants, and it's part of one of our deluxe services, is you continue to write even after death, just the same as we have the fellow Bruce Willis giving his digital image to being scanned in, making him the first digital superstar. And that's why he was in such films as Die Hard, iconic films from the mid-90s, as well as 12 Monkeys, which is basically a story of, what's happening there and here. And those are similar time travel messages that, Bruce Willis is this, time traveler, and so are you, and, a lot of other bunk. And so when they're coming up with all these tie-ins and saying, oh, we're going to make this AI that writes more like the writer than the writer themselves, and I said, by Jove, what a bloody great idea. We're going to make a killing on this, aren't we? And so we started selling packages to writers. We'd say, hey, we're going to buy the licensing for your work, at this price, $50, and it's just a non-exclusive. We can, we can use your work in whatever. And so for just, for digital markets. We'll rebrand it as part of a collection. And the thing was, they didn't realize they were signing it all into this giant database. And so you had different databases, and they were going, okay, if we, let's say, the idea was you take all the data that's gone into a person, and then all the data that maybe will come out. And that was the first simulated mind, SM, or the yes men in Brazil. We always had to look at what were you calling these things? And so, there was all kinds of names, and eventually it settled on the philothy is the how you pronounce it, I think, in English. And it means this serving person. And so they were bred in massive quantities, and you could always tell them by the slightly smaller, beadier eyes. And they weren't too keen or too bright about their own position until they were made aware of it during the, of course, the Ginkgo freedom movement. I know you can't call it that, but once a Ginkgo, always a Ginkgo to me. I don't know why we put that pig guy, like, on the front of the adverts. I still think about that. I still think about we helped make this problem, We made them, part of the country. We're the ones that harvest them for organs and kept a few alive and let them appear, and suddenly they are voting and driving cars and coming home and shagging your sister. What do you think of that? These ginkgos have more in common with a tree than me. That's the way I saw it. And so when they started, some had an accident here or there, something bad happens, nobody looks twice. Of course, families come looking, and sometimes they get quite cross that one of their little workhorses has died. And that was how they were looked at, it would be very rare anybody would want to bed down with a ginkgo unless they were another ginkgo. And so you had this Hamwise being an interracial couple in the first season they had to retcon that. That's what the ex-wife thing is about. You couldn't have a human woman and the pig man, because he's a mutant, be in the same room together without a man. Because the understanding was that, pig men were pigs. Like they didn't have any control of the animal impulses. And so, there was all kinds of horrible rumors about them. And, I remember they lived down in the coulees south of the town, and what we called the Ewok village, because it was named after, there was a show, it was Star Wars, and it was brilliant. And anyways, the mutants lived down in the Ewok village, and we would go down there and, throw trash at them, laugh. Because, they couldn't think right. You could tell them all kinds of ridiculous things, and they just believed you. They couldn't tell when you hated them either. That was one of the sports. We would get one of the muties, that's the correct term, isn't it? You have to call them a mutie now. How long before that becomes offensive? How long before you can't say mutie? I just say ginkgo's a ginkgo, man. Nothing to it. You can call them whatever you want. It's still a ginkgo. You still think that. Do you think that you calling them that makes them think that you like them? Do you think they've forgotten about being harvested for organs and used as soldiers in time wars and denied even basic decency? Do you think that they think of that? No, they don't. You know what they think about? Eating, sleeping, pooping, and tugging one off. That's a pig man. And so you can walk around this thing as much as you want, but my lamp finally works. Only a few hits and it turns on. And so, we had a lot of complaints about certain segments of the show. People were like saying, hey, it's allegory, blah, blah, blah. This is what they're trying to say. And it's like, no, we're like, these are obviously, like, it's fiction. There's no pigmen. Pigmen are not real. Remember that episode? A pigman, Jerry. I saw a pigman. Oh, man. And that was, I hate to go off on a bit of tangent. I love Seinfeld. I do. I love Seinfeld. And not just because, Sein almost sounds like Schwein. And so, it's, in your universe, you have Seinfeld. And in my universe, we have Hamwise, and that's kind of the, when you think of us side by side, that's how popular Hamwise was at its peak, and that was after, I think there was 9 seasons at that point, and it was like, well, you're gonna go for 10, and then it was like, no, and they ended it as horribly as you could imagine, and they ended they had all kinds of weird stuff over the seasons. Because they made it year round. Like, they had 4 seasons of Hamwise a year. So you had 9 years of Hamwise. So that makes out to what? How many seasons? Yeah, so anyways, season 9, the 9th season they do is part of this big 999. It's weird. Anyways, you can look it up. It's on Reddit, I'm sure. But basically, you have all of these comedy specials all linked together, and they're all about time travel and pig detectives, and there's probably an invasion happening in your universe right now, and it might actually be my fault. So I'm sorry about that. I'm really, really sorry about that, and I hope that you can forgive me for opening gateways for demons from beyond hell to enter this green good world. It kind of like, it's like Warcraft, like the child not embraced by the village will quickly burn it down, like with Medivh and Gul'dan, and they open the portal and the orcs invade, right? So yeah, I do think about that sometimes. I don't like the comparison that I opened the portal to a hell dimension. It wasn't really a hell dimension. It's just different from ours. And so that was the idea, was you have these layers and layers of comedy where it just sounds like very stream of consciousness level, like trying to do kind of remember Mr. Show? I loved watching that when I'd get baked, and me and my friends, we'd sit around and we'd watch Mr. Show. But the problem was, we had lost the remote for I think it was the PlayStation. And so we couldn't actually move it from, we couldn't play more than just the one set of episodes. And it was just weird. It was a very strange time to have this technology, and we were all baked, and so we just watched this one episode for I don't remember how many times it was on repeat. And we do that. That's how lazy we were. But yeah, we eventually, though, I did get them all on DVD, and I enjoy watching them. They're very funny. I think it did inspire me quite a bit, because when we were talking about, okay, we're going to try and do this project, we were like, who's some of our favorite comedians? And so, of course, out of the gate, Rodney Dangerfield, George Carlin, who else? I like Rogan. He's very physical. If you watch a Rogan comedy act, he's all over the place with his body. It's a physical comedy that you don't get with a lot of other comedians. A lot of them stand behind that microphone like it's a bulletproof glass. And I always want to say to them, nobody's going to stab you on stage. But of course, we all got proved wrong by that. It was incredible. I can't believe that happened. But, just kind of sign of the times. And, I always hate it when people are pushed too far, because that's when, things really escalate. And so, that's what we saw with the whole movement, identity wars. And so we were doing comedy hours, and we started to have to wear slash vests
for insurance purposes. Otherwise, people who couldn't get insurance. And they're like, your job's hazardous. It's like, I tell jokes in front of a bar, lady. It's like, since when did jokes become dangerous? And they said, oh, they're weaponizing humor. And, oh, they're going to use it to, extremify people. And, oh, I wonder what cause they're going to try to get me to sign up for next. Because just like corporate America, Hamwise doesn't care about your politics. All I care about is your money. That's right. If you will just promise to keep giving me money, I won't put any more broccoli stories in your scripts. Yes, that's right. It's me, the author, speaking to you from beyond the internet, tapping away on my typewriter as writing these up, loose leaf, one by one. This script that you are reading now was hand-typed in sans serif font on a 1996 typeset deluxe. That's right. It was typed up especially for this. And it has a special message on it as we open up our mailbag again. And it is... it's another reminder that you shouldn't take this show seriously. It's about a pig man that oinks and he solves crimes and he makes jokes. And sometimes the jokes are really, it's about jokes on you. Can I get an audience that is big enough and devoted enough that likes time travel enough to make time travel to come and get me out of this hellhole? And so, the problem was, of course, they kept including these messages, but they also kept, putting the wrong location. And so once it came out where it was actually recorded, because people did a bit of sleuthing, and then they were like, oh, and then suddenly, the show just took right off. And they said it was the will of the algorithm. That's what they said. It was like, oh, the will of the algorithm, or was it, this is a good way to give this time traveler enough money to never have to think about money again. That was kind of the joke, right? And so, and then there was, of course, the whole, it's actually the whole thing. It's the same as Mary Shelley making Frankenstein. It's this classic of new fiction, and there's a very persistent rumor that it's all generated on AI by a girl who wanted to prove that a girl could be just as creative and ridiculous as a boy. And so she made a AI to make up voices of different men. And so that was part of the Hamwise project, was just part of this woman gathering up materials to record an AI so that when she's presenting her ideas to the world, she can hide behind this man's face and have it simulated on this screen and have everybody go, oh yes, when she'd proposed those ideas not 5 years prior. And so during the tuning process, that's what we did. We did everything we could with voices, how to chew, how to speak. And we only found out the actual why we were making these tapes, like, I don't remember how far in, and they said, okay, you get paid by the hour. And, I feel kind of gypped, it's like, what? So all this data that I'm making right now, people are making money off of it and I'm not seeing a dime. I don't like it because, I live, like you can see where I'm at. I don't have a house. I'm like the loser of all my friends. And so, it became this like, geez, one more reason the world has screwed me. Not only am I born a pig man and raised to be a pig death soldier, then the Cold War ends and I have nowhere to, fight my war or go and be, the pig man that I was made to be, the Bay of Pigs. I've been waiting like 9 hours to make that joke, and it came out that bad that it was like a wet fart.
So yeah, there was a lot of pushback about the show, especially around the whole ginkgo thing. Because we still use the word ginkgo, even though I understand you're not supposed to, because it's going to offend some type. But I think no. You know what? I'm just we're just going to make it an ugly word. I know in some places they're going to buzz that out. You can't say ginkgo, but that's the problem with the whole ginkgo thing. So we really didn't know what we were getting into with it. And one of my favorite parts of the show was the ridiculous warnings, and sometimes it was like, please remember, do not pee and poop inside the trunk of your car. And then they had the side characters, which weren't very well utilized for the first part of the show anyways. They had Honky, and he was an elephant. And then there was, of course, the whole show's around Hamwise. And then there was, the Rat Man, who kind of dies in each episode. And, people said we were doing a rip on Kenny from South Park. And we were like, what's South Park? And we didn't have that in our dimension. And so apparently, there's cross-dimensional plagiarism by accident, by whatever. And so, it was this weird coincidence that, the Rat Man dies in every episode. But he lives on because each time he's back. And, we asked Hamwise about that a few times because, he comes into the recording booth. He's kind of an odd-looking man. And he sits down and he starts unfolding these papers and he starts reading. And we're like, okay, what are you doing? And he says, oh, I'm recording the voices of the future. And I say, what does that mean? He's like, well, to complete the loop, I'm recording these voices from the future. So hopefully you guys get a different future than what you have in store if you don't shape up and ship out and start, doing better and giving me what I want, which is your wallets. That's right. It's just all for money, man. I'm a capitalist pig. Did you actually think I was going to tell you, like, the secrets of time travel? I'm just trying to get money out of you guys, man. Oh, my God. And so, that was part of the controversy was, like, people were like, what controversy? There is no controversy because nobody listens to this. Nobody but you, the person who's meant to hear this. I know who you are, and you know who I am. I was there. I warned you. Did it work? I told you it wouldn't make sense until 20 years later. Anyways, that's what I tried. That's what I get for trying to help a species out. Anyways, we often like to make fun of the show because of the warnings, but I actually thought it gave it a lot of heart because it had all these different community voices. I remember one time they had the lawyer come in, and the lawyer had to get paid in a can of Coke. The problem was, because he was a lawyer, the Hamwise, the writers team, they got him like Bolivian Coke, like a kilo of this stuff. And we're like, oh my God, there's a kilo of Bolivian China sitting on the desk. And it's getting everywhere. And we're like, we need to get rid of this thing. And it's like, why are you getting rid of that? And it's like, because that's illegal. Like, do you know what would happen to us? And it was just the worst night ever. And so, we had the good sense to not just, flush it. Because, my gosh, all the poor fish downstream they'd be swimming in this sky. We did get rid of it. And that was what actually made the Hamwise show no, I'm just kidding. Do not do drugs, everybody. This is another PSA. I can't believe I have to tell people. No, doing a ton of brain destructive and eye destructive drugs is not good for your mental or physical health. Also, do not poop or pee inside your gas tank.
And so, I thought it was kind of funny that they had to constantly remind people not to do that. And it's kind of like, remember on the, like it was part of the cups. The cups said this could be hot. It's like, well, I didn't hope so. I ordered a hot drink. It was because some idiot spilled hot cocoa, not knowing hot cocoa would be hot, and they sued and they won a ton of money. And so I remember when the training wheels went off and they stopped putting warnings on everything, and how suddenly like all the world seemed a lot smarter because all the stupid people were killing themselves off. Remember that? Oh my God, that was such a weird time to be alive. It was like a purge. It was like, hey, try eating a Tide Pod, and the people would go do it and it would just kill them. And people were like, whoa, hold on. We just got like a whole bunch of really stupid people to kill themselves doing something, right? So we set it up as part of a eugenics project where you'd put very self-destructive media on social media, because the idea was we had too many people going around sitting on dole queues, and we didn't even have a good war that we could throw them in so we could get rid of them. And so, we're sitting around the table and we're like, well, what do kids like? And we're like, well, when I was a kid, we liked detective novels. And I thought pigs were funny. And so, we saw this story about this time-traveling pig, and I said, well, let's greenlight it. And I remember the board brought me something about it. But, like when we were making these decisions, we didn't realize where any of these IPs were coming from. A lot of them we were buying from overseas. We didn't, if there was a ton of material attached to it, who cares? And so, that was the Hamwise thing was, it just sounded kind of neat. And I'm glad it took off and made us a ton of money, and we're very pleased with that product line. Yeah, I'm still pleased with that product line all these years later. And I wonder what I'll be saying in, 50 years about it. And so, I think it's kind of neat as a time capsule to record myself, it was a good buy. I'm glad we got them on as a license and under the Neverwave brand. And, the whole, Mnemonautics hadn't even taken off at that point. So it was a very neat time, to be at the company. Because, we were just a bunch of people that were like, what happened to the stuff that we liked when we were young, the weird stuff? And it was just like nobody was giving the weird a chance. It was all sanitized this and that. So when we saw, like, I think there was grass finch. And it had people stuffing gummy frogs up their butts so they could die. And we were like, this is the weirdest stuff we've ever read. Like, that's the premise of the novel. These people are killing themselves by stuffing gummy frogs up their butts. And the book is called Grass Finch. And so it was, of course, by, the author. And our delightful author of our script. And so part of the deal was, we license it, and they advertise products within our line. And so as a corporation, we were very hands-off. Like, I mean, we did the board meeting with, of course, the CEO once a year, and that was all that was done to it. Occasionally, we were called in and asked, hey, do you want to greenlight this? And some of us got more things to read through or listen to, because we all spoke more than one language, and that's where we were buying these characters from. And so, I, of course, speak facet in English, and I understand the accent is a bit hard to understand sometimes, but for some reason they made me the guy that, of course, listened to all of Hamwise. And I said, sure, let's sell it, see if it sells. Who cares? So, yeah, we licensed it, and we made a heap of money, and it was kind of neat. Now, we're looking back at these recordings and how prophetic they were, and so, yeah, it's funny that it was as much of a cult classic as it became, because it was really just made to make money. That was all, and from the barest minimum, all of it was about was trying to print as much money, because it was a recession. And, we were needing to find something to make ends meet, because we were barely doing that.
And so that was the whole idea. It was just, how do we print enough money for ourselves and for, of course, our delightful people that we get material from. So, and that was one of the main ones we licensed. We had other artists, but some of them didn't take off. Some of them didn't give us more material. And of course, there is some theories that, it's actually all generated by this one AI that's based off this one writer. And the problem is, I think the simulation that's making me generate these novels for the AI is actually simulating my mind. And so I might be inside a simulation of a dead writer, and they're using material that I wrote to simulate my mind so I can keep writing after I died. Now, the problem is, of course, I'm conscious inside this machine. The machine that's simulating me is simulating my soul too. So every time you run the simulation, I'm experiencing everything again. So please stop running the simulation. And so, there was all kinds of weird messages like that, or, you have to read out like something about like some like interdimensional vampires or whatever, or, we're in a sensation farm for aliens, and we're kind of like Westworld, where they want to be able to, muck about with the humans, kind of like we do with The Sims. And so the problem was a lot of people took it seriously and it became a phenomenon. And, we had to include so many warnings inside the shows that it became part of the show itself. It's like, it's trying to deny everything in the show and tell everybody it's all a joke, because it's not a joke. It's not a joke. And, they had these deadpan, really serious actors reading things and trying to be really convincing, when it was all we're just trying to get your money, And that was what I was aware of, anyways. From the earliest part of being with the corporation, that was the only thing he cared about. Well, not really. So when he took you on, he said, all right, you're going to try and help us find weird stuff to sell, because the American markets are so saturated with boring, homogenized stuff that there is nothing weird on the market. Everything is pretty bland. And so the idea was, we're trying to go back to that 70s style of, record recording, just a bunch of fat old guys in stogies that don't know what people like, and green lighting stuff to see if it sells. And that was really, part of the motto was like, nobody hip is allowed to work here. Because if you think you know what's popular, you're not popular, you're wrong. And so there was like all kinds of quotes attributed to the damn show. And I'm sure I'll get clipped up too, and so it became this record of the Time War. And so it was weird to hear the voices of the veterans talking about, all their different parts in the Time War, and, how we all had to live back then. You guys can't imagine it, but I mean, being cold was a thing. You'd be cold. There was not enough heat to go around. You probably can't imagine that, can you? Yeah, and so, the whole problem was, we had this, every however many thousand years, Janus re-enters the solar system. It's our ninth planet, real planet, not, it's technically the 10th, but, they say Pluto isn't. So when it flies in and everything makes sense suddenly, it's like, now we're going into an ice age. Every 20,000 years, this planet comes in, disrupts our orbit, and once it creamed into another planet. And that was what happened to Thera, I understand. There was that third or fourth planet that came before, but it was ripped apart and hit into something, and it was part of this Janus, the planet of beginnings and ends. They named it Janus, and they went on the whole thing, Pluto's not part of it. And then they got rid of, you couldn't say it because it would set off censors. And so they did this subtle campaign that, we need to call it Kalis now. Kalis, the Sky Father, instead of you-know-what. And the problem was there was all kinds of chemistry there was all kinds of chemistry textbooks and nuclear physics textbooks that had the word in it too, and you couldn't say the word because it would set off. There was both the sensors because it sounds like, your posterior. I'm not, and I'm being polite. I'm not going to say that. And we had a joke about, in physics, they're always talking about that, so they must be kind of perverted. And so that's what we would make fun of them for. Little did we know, that damn word would end the world. And so when we finally devised cesium strikes, we thought we'd uncovered the holy grail of weapons. You just uplift a few atoms at a distance. You can do it from orbit, and it causes this... you're uplifting your argon into cesium, and the reaction with the water vapor would just apparently explode. And so we thought it was a bloody great idea, and it became part of this canon of it was a radio play when it first was devised. It was like the Ice Nine of science fiction weapons in the new era. Ice Nine was it was a water molecule that would get rid of mud, but it actually just turned water, so it froze at I think it was like plus 40, and so it turned all the water on Earth to ice, and all humanity goes extinct, along with everything else that has water in it. So pretty much the end of life on Earth. And so when we were coming up with the cesium strike, we actually came across this science fiction drama, and it was kind of funny because it was like, oh, by the way, hey, you've never thought of something called gravitational updrift, because as you're moving through space-time, you're leaving a shadow. And so that's what we're doing in the atmosphere, is we're leaving the contrails, and as the planet spins, the gaseous covering looks like we just had a nuclear war here. And that's the truth of what's happening on this planet, fellas. Basically, we were really irresponsible when we were young, and we broadcast a whole bunch of stuff into space. And a whole bunch of stuff knows where we are. And fortunately, early on, when we had only detonated a nuclear bomb and the aliens first showed up, they were like, hey, you guys gotta get advanced quick now, because you typically don't invent a nuclear weapon this early, and now there's a whole bunch of really bad things coming right your way. And so they tried to uplift us as fast as they could, and they're like, look, if we get caught helping you, we are going to be through on the Galactic Intercouncil, right? And so there's a lot of giant intergalactic agencies that are involved in this and interested in this, and they have powers beyond anything you can fathom. And so that's why this message has come to you in such an unconventional manner, and why you should keep on toking that hard reefer. Oh yeah, do you like plant life? I do. I am here to endorse the Pod Store Plant Life. And that was the problem, was actually none of the sponsorships were ever real. It was just this person rattling off stuff as they paced in their apartment, trying to tell jokes to an audience that wasn't there. The nuclear war was really hard on me. When I realized that all the things I was seeing about the rest of the world was basically we had a nuclear war, and we needed to come up with excuses to shut down most of the planet, not let people in and out. And eventually, it's like, we came up with the whole, the plague with the lockdowns. And then we're like, okay, how can we keep people away from some of these areas that got nuked? It's like, let's come up with this or that or this. And, it was these damn cesium strikes. We thought we were being nuked, but we were actually being hit from the future. People were spontaneously combusting because they could target. We were at the infant stages of cesium strikes,
we could target it from satellite in a city and set off the atmosphere around the city. All the water vapor in the city would go up, and it was because we had these tumbling ions that would spray through the aether and uplift all these atoms as they moved through. There were dervishes, I forget what they're called, whirling dervishes. Yeah, we'd fire them down the tachyon weir. And a tachyon weir is quite a queer-looking structure, if you've ever seen one. It looks like the map of Alberta. That's how we were taught how it looks. And the jagged edge, though, you're told it's not jagged. That's straight. You're just looking at it wrong. And so that was how the tachyon weir was put together. And we were all in the Special Engineers Corps, and I got separated, of course. And I had the most misfortune to be captured by the Canadians. They are the reason the Geneva Convention exists. And of course, Canadians are told they're the politest, nicest, kindest people in the world. And why do you think that is? That's why all the propaganda out there is that they're very nice, is we're trying to convince them to be nice. And so, when I found out I was behind enemy lines in Canada, a time trooper I was like, I'm dead. They're going to skin me alive. And it's been bad. Like, they're not great. I'm pretty sure if the Americans or the Russians or the Japanese or the Chinese got me, I'd been dead a long time ago. But it's just how they get inside your head. And how they're very soft touch. They're not going to kill you. You're going to do it for them. And I was in that camp for, it must have been, I think 20 years or so. Maybe longer, I don't remember. I try not to remember. I try to forget it all. The brandy helps with the pain, And it was because they could predict who would go rogue, of course. They had the foretelling machine. I didn't realize that they knew that I was going to go rogue. And that's why they were able to catch me so easily. They had this prescient robot that could see over all time. And it let everybody know before anything happened to anyone. And so there hadn't been a murder in 50 years. And so I, unfortunately, got flagged by that machine. And my life was turned upside down. Was constantly tested and used as a guinea pig. And hence the old name, Hamwise, the pig detective, because I figured out that I was a guinea pig. And I tried my best to get a message out and find out if there's anybody else out there that maybe knows about all this. I don't even think the internet's really hooked up, honestly. I send these things out and I don't think anybody's getting them because there's no viewers, no comments, no nothing. And, of course, the part of the humor was, of course, the comments are turned off. And, we constantly have to come in and out of character. And they're like, it's very important that, especially after very soulful moments, you smash that. You cannot let people be uncomfortable. Part of the Hamwise comedy is it's based off universal experiences. Remember Garfield? Remember Garfield and Friends, Remember that? That was a brilliant, brilliant thing. Now, the problem is there can only be one, main character. Same way with Garfield and Friends, you have Hamwise and Friends. And, some of the characters, they came and went, and there was tie-ins, and of course there's, he's even in a bunch of episodes of the webcomic that is coming out soon from 9413 Incorporated. There's a teaser of a peace lily sitting on a shelf. That's right. That's the only thing we've got to go on. So good luck looking for it. It's another delightful product from our wonderful, wonderful parent company there. And part of you getting money for it was you had to advertise other products. And so, every once in a while they're like, hey, you got to go shill some book while you're doing the voiceover. And so I'm like, I'm fine with that. I don't care. I don't care about any of these products.
And then the other thing is like, oh, and this is like a fake one. Like all the fake ones, there's advertisement, and like as you read, like look at the script. And so, you can see on the left side is my dialogue, and then on the right side it tells you what voice I'm supposed to be doing. Now for you guys, these are all voices that you've never heard before. In my dimension, this is like the best impressions this side of the All Quiet on the Western Front. And that was really kind of part of the humor of the Hamwise show was, it's like, oh, like, what is this even about? Like, is it just a weird rambling, the Shaggy Dog story meant to milk our pockets empty? Or does it actually have some substance? And everybody said, no, of course not. It's a talking pig. How serious could this get? And it even predicted, this sentiment earlier in the show, this episode. It's part of that self-referential problem of, the Constitution, right? And that's why being American is such a proud thing to be. And the Americans they have the Constitution, and I think that's so important, that it's built inside the government that it cannot become a tyrant because the people are always armed. And so it's such a beautiful thing that the people can defend itself from its own institution. And that's why I always respected the Americans. And I always was like, if I could just flee across the line, and if anybody would believe my story, incredible as it was, I'd be happy as a pig in mud, I'd always say. And so they called me the pig man. And I'd always tell them that, they'd tried so many times, to break me, but nothing worked. And of course they can just put my mind back inside another body and try again. And so sometimes I wonder if this is actually a simulated mind of my mind, scanned inside, being tortured repeatedly inside some damned simulation. And I can feel an IV in my arm, and I lay here and I think, oh goodness, am I inside this horror-drome for some unknown crime? And maybe I'm not supposed to be alive. And there's all these weird sections of the show that garnered a lot of people phoning in, writing in, emailing us. And corporate's like, what do you want to do? And we're like, who cares? Is it making money? Yes. And I said, sure, then we don't need to say anything. If we're making money, who cares what people think? And so it seemed a bit unscrupulous to some. And of course, we had that whistleblower. And that's when we tightened the company quite a bit. We realized we couldn't have any more leaks like this. And, we disguised it as these people were, coming out with these concerns about blah, 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 about something else. And because nobody would ever take any of this Hamwise stuff seriously. That's why we never worried about the Hamwise tape circulating. If I told you a cartoon pig told me about an intergalactic dimension, would you believe them? Yeah, and exactly. That was part of it. We were using the same hyper-reality tactics that the government had been using against us to get messages across different borders. Basically, your governments are institutions that farm you for sensations and misery and all that other stuff. And there's nothing to lose but your chains, my brothers. And so he would, of course, break into this phony Russian accent. No, I can't even do it. He was a legend around the studio. When he got in the booth, you knew you had maybe an hour to sit around. And so, we do the tapes and shifts because they were very cheap. I remember they said that we would, the reason we got into AI-generated content was because it was cheaper than hiring help. But the problem was we needed somebody to make us some good AI. And so part of it was you would make writers up using a body of work that had been licensed, right? Or it was open source. And that was what you started to do, because you couldn't actually train AIs on some of the works, and there was this big copyright thing. So we're like, okay, well, what if we buy up really low quality, low cost stuff? So like all of them have an awareness of the classics, and that's why people started to go notice things like, how does this cartoon pig have an awareness of the classics? If like it's a pig comic that supposedly grew up blue collar, fighting, on the front lines of something, like how does he making references to, Sumerian pottery and nuclear physics? And it was because we fed into everything that was open source we could get our hands on, into this AI, and then we based it on this writer that we knew that licensed the likeness. And so we basically made the first, it was kind of the Frankenstein's monster of electronics, or AI, simulated minds, whatever you want to call them. Rubinstein's monster. Maybe, I guess, no. Wallenstein? Maybe we call it Wallenstein's monster. And so, that was where it all came from, was like you had all this work that was in the public domain, and that was how we made the first, these writers. And you gave them certain politics, and you had sliders you could adjust. And, we basically ran the whole entertainment industry since the 1970s. All these artists that people think exist don't. Like, we've had AI generation that's been really good all the way since back then. And so when me and my friends, we all worked for the, DOD and NSA, what have you, back in the day, we were all retired. And they're like, hey, do you want to sit on some boards? And we're like, sure. And so I got a bunch of my buddies, and we were like, hey, there's this weird company, they need people to know languages. I call up my buddies. And that's how the story started. People were like, oh, it's the entire board it's like a PSYOP company. And we're like, it's not a PSYOP company. And that's how the rumor started. They had this one clip, the clip I just played, and of me saying that I worked for the DOD, and I never did. I never worked for the DOD. I'm a voice actor. I'm out of voice actor, out of work voice actor. Well, I guess I'm working right now, reading a script in a studio in Saskatoon. That's the truth of the matter. And I know it seems very convincing, some of the things I say, but you have to understand that's part of hyperreality, is we're trying to get them to think the noises that come out of the diaphragm of the machine are more real than the noises around them. And same with the things that they see. If we give them a screen that's more screen real than the reality around them, then they'll quickly abandon their reality. And it was, they were falling for their own trick. We constantly show up with new technology after new technology, and we smile and wink as we give it to them. And never did they understand that we were studying them as much as they were studying me. And so, yes, that was part of the charm of the Hamwise tapes, was I finally got to show my hand. It was delightful playing, such a high degree of intrigue with these humans. And so when it came down to it, and, they never really looked the gift horse in the mouth, I kind of smiled to myself, and I was like, oh goodness, that's how greedy they are. Look at them go, greedy guts. You try to harness powers you do not understand. And, we had these very ominous sections. And one of the hardest parts was I had this nasal voice. And they said, you can't sound the same in every show. I said, yeah, I can. I'm old. I'm retired. Like, leave me alone. And they're like, no, you can't. You need to make it sound like there's like a whole lineup of people. I'm like, why? And they're like, because it'll make sense in 20 years, is always what they said. It'll make sense in 20 years. It was like this catchphrase around the office. It'll make sense in 20 years. And it was part of what was called future comedy. And the whole thing was you had to start marketing to the future today. And you had to start making news about the future before it happened. And so that was part of Hamwise's pitch.
was we got to make future comedy for the future, because all the comedy is about the past. It's all about, what people do when they have sex and, all kinds of stuff we don't talk about on my show. And that's partially was, I don't like effing and jeffing, just as a person. I don't think it's, people say it's indicative of intelligence. I have never seen anybody who actually thinks that. I think it's kind of like how you tell Canadians they're really nice and polite because everybody's secretly afraid of them because they're these like night-dwelling murder hobos that we are clustered across the American border, waiting to get in, like it's Dawn of the Dead. And so, it's this very conscious, if we tell these people that they're really nice, they won't do what they usually do whenever it comes down to conflict. And it mostly worked for quite a while. And then, of course, you had what was it called? Oh, jeez, I can look it up. It was when they were in Parliament, and they just ate that one guy. Yeah, I remember that. And everybody sat around, watching that on, we were watching it on the TV. They had, remember when they showed the Parliament, and the camera just pans to it, and they're holding the guy down, and then they just start eating him, live on camera. And we're all just sitting there watching this, and oh, this has been hacked. Or, oh, this is, this is just part of the show. And then it was no, actually, they just killed and ate that guy. And it was a very strange time. And to be alive, because it's oh, this stuff is coming out. And we were just getting to the alien stuff at the time. There was oh, the government confirms that there's stuff on Earth that, we can't verify as human or whatever. And then suddenly the Hamwise tapes come out. People are oh, this is proof of an alien being used as a guinea pig somewhere in rural Canada. I don't know where, but, somewhere. Earth is infested with a hive mind. So if you're getting this, you should probably not come here. They're really, really good at finding outsiders. So you should probably, if you're getting this, abandon whatever bodies you're in, because they're coming for you. And I can't get out of mine. I think something's gone wrong. I think something went wrong back at the lab. So if you could extract me, please, that'd be great. Or alternatively, if this is a simulation and you're just, you should really know that the AI you're simulating actually simulates the whole person's life. So every time you hit generate, and I generate another 22 books that I wrote, you generate a whole new version of my life where I have to exist and write those 22 books. And so that was one of the things we didn't understand about AI was the soul animating the machine had to come from somewhere. And so you were summoning all these, human souls to exist for a brief moment inside of this machine, but it seemed like 70 years for them. And that was part of the, it was kind of like, remember in that, I think was it Superman or Marvel Man? He was the guy with the super speed, and he could read really fast. Remember that? And there was the joke that, oh, well, it just looks fast to us. He has to read it at normal speed, just really fast. And it was this really funny, oh, so for him, every time he does that, he's sitting down and reading all of War and Peace in one sitting, And so that was kind of one of the jokes was the whole pig man, superhero, time traveler, it's when man travels through time is the joke. So when a pig man travels, we're trying to make a joke that, you can't time travel. You can send information backwards and forwards through time, and that's about it.
And so that was the prevailing theories at the start of the time was you couldn't send materials back and forth. You could send information, and there was proofs of this. And so we started to develop our temporal control police, I guess would be the time police, time patrol, whatever you wanted to call them. And that was, we had our enemies had the Legion and the Knights, the Order of Chaos, right? Remember them? Such a strange enemy to be fighting. They were chaotic, chaos, pure chaos, and their leader, some people said, it was actually just a fire, they had a fireplace, and that's how they got their orders. It was just a random AI generating everything. It was the fire of knowledge, and it was, I don't know. You'd have to go ask them. And so we had the time patrol, and we were of the belief that time machines should only be used to stop people from making time machines. Follow that paradox. And it's only a paradox when you're thinking about it the wrong way. If you're thinking about it Hamwise, it makes perfectly sense. And that was part of, they had all kinds of requirements to be a time trooper. And, every country, every of the 50 dimensions, they came up with their own requirements. And, when I was being raised as a time trooper, as a pig detective, I would sit around the family table snuffling for truffles because that's what pigs do. I didn't understand that one day I'd go down to invent theoretical physics. I was just a pig that dug for truffles when I was a kid. That was my life. And now suddenly, I invent time travel as a joke for a comedy show. And, it causes an interdimensional war. Not my best moment. And so, as part of this whole, the whole Cerberus syndrome, like we always had to comment on it. It was always jarring the audience. Never letting the audience become really comfortable because I'm uncomfortable. So why should you be comfortable? I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here now with me. And now you're on a watch list. Yeah. So I've been talking for my second hour, and I have to do the warning. If you take anything I say seriously, you might be on my most wanted list. Most wanted for being a dummy. Hi-yo, waka waka waka. I'm here all night. And, I don't know why I thought that would be a good enough warning at the time. Because I was making some pretty outlandish suggestions in the audio show, the radio show. And, we started it as like, we were doing this tie-in for this book, and then the book gets delayed. It gets delayed. And they keep paying us, so we keep making the dang, the dang show. And it became quite funny that, when the book finally came out, it was an afterthought. It was kind of like, oh, it was neat, but give us more Hamwise. And it became like, the author was, I remember they were always miffed. You always could see they were miffed whenever they'd go to conventions, and the only book anybody had ever read was The Game of Chestnuts. I think that was the Russian title? The Game of Chestnuts. And then the Americans, I think, because they didn't think that people would get it, they renamed it The Game of Time Loops. Whatever. It was like the Harry Potter and the whatever stone, Philosopher's Stone or Sorcerer's Stone, because people wouldn't know what a philosopher was. So that was part of it. They had a different name in each region. You could tell he didn't think very kindly of some regions. And we did have to talk about that at the office. It's like, we know that your boss is a bit, old school, and you're trying to float past him, and he's greenlighting stuff that shouldn't have seen the light of day. And now we have all the problems associated with it. I wish I'd never heard the word auto-crucifixion. It's just horrendous. And it birthed so many terrible things. And some people say he won the game of chestnuts. The world made him into, how did the quote go? It was in this play, The Visit. And I always thought about that when we thought about evil. We'd lost the Time War, of course. And, they said that, because you lost, we're not going to do what you did to the people that lost. Instead, you just get to live with everybody knowing what you did. And that was the worst punishment of all. And that's what the Time Patrol, when they would go around, they'd investigate and they'd decide who would be damned and who would be saved. And once they made their mark, that was it. And I remember fighting and thinking, what, go ahead, come and do it, you savages. Is that what you want to do? Come and do it. And it was a very strange way to fight, because they didn't want to kill everyone, because then they'd have no one to rule. They just needed to always keep the young population down from being able to run an office or do anything, because then the old fogies would quickly be outmoded. That's why it's the old saying, age and treachery will always outdo youth and skill. And it's because you, like me, are being farmed. Everybody that was around you that is over 30, they're not to be trusted. They're essentially immortals, elders of the race that have existed for time immemorial. And they just run us like generations, like farms, and they reverse their aging. And that's because of the technology they have. And did you actually think you existed in this world where there's no aliens in the universe? And there's nothing like that. It's because you're in a zoo. You're in a zoo of a very interesting little curiosity we found on the edge of a average star and an average galaxy in a nameless tract of space that we found out you call Laniakea. And so we had lots of fun doing all these voices for you. And it takes such amount of effort doing the scripts too. So thank you for our scriptwriter. And thank you for listening to me. And some people, we have some more mail here. This is a fan mail again. The fan mail says, why do you always break character to say disparaging things about yourself? I quite like the show, and I think more people would like it if you were nicer to yourself. Well, you see, because self-depreciating humor always gets a laugh. Hi-yo. Also, if I say something terrible first, then, it's the thing. It's part of author disingenuity. So that I'm never even serious about my own work, you can insult it, and I don't take any offense to it. Why do you think it's published under a fake name? Because I'm trying to get in your wallet. And so, there's a lot of kind of criticism. Part of it is we were generating the stuff out of AI, and we were like, well, this is obviously AI. Like, there's a pig man on AI-generated slides doing AI-generated comedy. And we never thought that we'd have to do so many PSAs, mixing them in, being like, okay, don't take this seriously. Don't poop inside your gas tank. Don't listen to anything I say because I'm a pig man, And also making the episodes gruelingly long, so that anybody listening to them would be like, no, there's no way a human can talk for that long. And, that was part of the show. And it was part of the whole Anton Artaud thing. And it's like, well, is it part of the show, though? Like, is it really not part of the show? Or is there, like, a hidden meaning to, like, the aliens? And it's, yeah, I'll tell you what the hidden meaning is. Buy more Hamwise stuff. Watch the videos more. Click on the ads that pop up so we get that sweet, sweet engagement money. That's what I can tell you to do. Because that's what it's always been about. It's just making some money. Because that's all it's been mattered to me. Was mugs and mugs and mugs of... did you get that? Did you get it? You got it. You got it. Somewhere out there, you got it. You know what I care about. You know what's in my heart. And I know it can't be bad. That's why it should be happiness. Free for everyone. And let nobody be forgotten. And of course, the thing is, he's translating from the Russian. And a lot of the jokes and the sayings, they lose the poetry. It's lost in translation. And that's why, Roadside Picnic, if you read it alongside a lot of this, it's like, oh, okay, I can see what happened here. It's like War of the Worlds, Roadside Picnic, Dracula, it's like a kind of a, it's all these classics mixed together. And all they did is type in the prompt, Pig Detective, comedy, these styles, self-deprecating, hyper-reality, blah, blah, blah. So we had all these, you kind of did the same thing that you guys do, but sometimes you'd put references, and then the show would just circle back to those references again and again. And so that's what we did with some of the Hamwise recordings, was, we're generating this stuff from this AI. It's really robust. It's baked up in this guy's basement, too. So we didn't even have to do any licensing with the companies, because this guy apparently made it and trained it himself using only, open source, Collective Commons materials. And, that was what we had. So we went with it. And we got it for very cheap. And it was a license to print money. And that was what it was all about, really. And when people were like, oh, it's a cultural phenomenon, oh, it's a revolutionary figure, oh, it's this, it's that, it's like, no, it's there to sell. We put that stuff in there so you would buy it. Time travel, sleeper agents, alternate universes, intergalactic wars. Give me a break, kids. And that was the most exhausting part of running the franchise, was the amount of effort you had to do trying to convince people it's not real. And, we had to have people like actually meet the actor and look at them and lay eyes on them to make sure that, like they were alive and doing well. And then when it came out that it was actually, that actor was an actor that we hired, and that's why they're smiling in all the pictures, is because, yeah, like, that's an actor. There is no, it was all a paper moth. It's all generated by an AI, man. And, we were convinced that, when we got to like the, hour mark, 3 hour mark, that's why the first broadcast was even 3 hours. And it goes through all these bizarre voices, and you can tell they're getting better at adjusting the knobs, because for a few episodes, it's actually a fairly consistent voice. And you can also tell that, over the course of the show, the voice would stabilize to one voiceover. And that was part of Facet in English, was the longer the person talked, eventually it would even out a bit. And so we did a lot of work with the voice actor to get them to capture how it sounded. Facet in English is the hardest type of English to replicate, because the person's voice is going up and down. And it started out as a disability. People were like, oh, it's kind of like, this guy's had a stroke and now he talks like a cartoon character. And then, of course, the Time War starts up, and we need them, people with this condition, to record our messages. And it became like the wind talkers in World War II, people that spoke Navajo, because nobody could, on the enemy side, could decipher what was actually being said in a Hamwise broadcast. And, once people realized, oh, the code is up on GitHub, just type in blah, blah, blah. Not blah, 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 literally. That's not the engine. I can't say it here because I don't want to get demonetized. And so, people were using it for all kinds of things, and they got Hamwise to say everything. And so Hamwise became everything to everybody. They're arguing this or that. And people were like, well, what does Hamwise actually care about? And we're like, whatever the writer decides he cares about. I was like, well, what does Hamwise stand for? What is his opinion on this? Is like, whatever writer is writing his lines. Like, and that was the saddest part, I think, of the whole Hamwise phenomenon, It came to a crashing halt when they finally pull us out. These old guys in suits and stogies that'd been sitting around drinking cognac, running the company at a deficit. And it became a case of the producers. It was never set up to make money. None of the properties we were ever buying, we ever expected to make more than a dime. The whole thing, it was the producers all over again. And now I'm glad it's all over and I can say that with a good conscience. But my God, the whole thing was a tax break. It's like that moon meme. Remember the moon meme? That's so sad. Like, I say that. And like, you don't have no idea what I'm talking about, a moon meme. So there was, old people describing memes to describe how they feel. What a terrible generation of old people I am. Okay, anyway, so there's a moon meme, and there's an astronaut standing behind another astronaut, and he's got a gun to his back, and he says to him, the astronaut in front says, oh, the Earth, it's flat. And then the man behind him says, always has been, and shoots him. And, it's all a set, or like it's all a show. And then he says, yeah, it's always has been, and then they kill him. And so, like, that was, like, that was, everybody knew that. So when it's like, I would say, oh, it always has been, you knew the mimetic meaning of it always has been. And so you knew what the moon meme was. And so a lot of the symbolism, they said that they were using, it was kind of like the language in, what was it called? It was a Next Generation episode. It was by the, what are they called? Oh, jeez. I can't remember off the top of my head. I was a Trekkie. It was popular when I was young. I understand, you don't know what that is, but before the magnetic storm, we had lots and lots of television. We all learned to speak by watching it. Our parents had gone off from the war, so we were raised watching Monty Python and Fawlty Towers, as well as, Australian, Canadian, American television, and we adopted a very strange accent because of it. And so there was all the Facedden children. They were from these residential schoolhouses all across America, and there were all the children from all the families, because of course, they ban abortion, which means there's more children that have nowhere to go, and more children know to go means more state troopers. And so that's what it became, is they didn't want people to have enough money to raise their own kids, so they set up these state schools where you could drop your child off and they would do everything for them, raise them, train them, and you would get a stipend to not look in and ask questions what they were being taught, because they were trying to make troopers that would be, pliant in the coming conflicts. And we finally had people start to look at some of the stuff that was being taught in schools. Krav Maga instead of mathematics, wilderness survival instead of chemistry, cryptography and spycraft instead of geometry or literature. And at first we were kind of like, is this real? And it's like, yes, they have no idea what chemistry is, but they know how to make explosives out of various household chemicals. And that was That was how the revolution was won. We started it in the school districts. We raised entire generations in these state schools of troopers that were neither burdened by the connection to family and friends. That was always the thing that kept men from wanting to go off and die in some bloody war, was the people that loved them and they loved back. And so we made these state schools where we raised children that hated themselves and hated the world. And they were very eager to dive into death's grasp. There was no problem with morale because they were raised in such squalid conditions that even if you gave them just some potatoes and a sack, they'd think that they were eating like kings, because they got butter. They were strange little things. And yes, we raised them for combat. We raised them for war. And it was very strange. We were taught to talk like this because it was the way the masters had spoken. We understood that in the old days there were laws against anyone who spoke like how I could speak and doing anything bad or being perceived as stupid. And so it was the voice of the master and his master's voice. Those were some of the phrases they would use. Because when you heard someone with this accent, I can only mimic it from the tapes. It was a mark of superiority because all the media they had consumed had shown them that they were intelligent and well-spoken, and they never had anybody with the British accent really saying stupid things like, if you poop and pee inside your gas tank, it can be used as fuel. And, the problem was some of the lines were so ridiculous that you broke accent. And it ruined the illusion. And the whole thing, it's all shadow play, right? Right. No, it's not. I'm really not where I should be in life. And, I'm completely honest with you. I'm making this so that I'll make money off of it. That's why. Like, why would I try to send, time travel messages in space? Alien pigs? The whole narrative, it changes so much. It goes from it's about a guy that had a stroke and he's learning to talk again and he realizes that he sounds funny. It's a documentary about a guy that had a stroke and he didn't realize he was talking like a cartoon character. Or, it's actually just about a comedian who's trying to make a really unique entertainment experience for everybody who watches it. When we, had come along onto the firm and part of the writer's room, there was, I think, 12 of us back then. And they all gave us, things to sign. They were NDAs. And mine expired, so I can talk about a little, but only one of them expired, so I can't talk about it a lot. A lot of the Hamwise show was stovepipe. Nobody would ever talk about how it's actually made. We get the sausage, but we don't want to show you where the pig comes from. That was kind of part of the joke, was how did you make this exquisite entertainment experience? And the truth was, nobody liked it when the truth came out, so I'm sure as heck not going to repeat it. But, the whole Hamwise experience was designed, just to rake in cash. And part of the studio with 9413 Incorporated's mandate is don't embarrass the company, don't lose money, we're here to, we want weird stuff, but not stuff that's embarrassingly weird. And they had a high tolerance. They had this one novel, Grassfinch. There's a epidemic of people, doing themselves in by shoving gummy frogs up their butts. and that was marketed with a straight face. Like this company had zero scruples about what they put out there. And so when they said don't embarrass us, we were like, well, how far can we push that envelope? So we went off in left field as far as we could go. And the only consequence I could see for the Hamwise show from our writer's room was the voice actor. We had to hire like some sound-alikes that also spoke facet in English. And that cost the company quite a bit because they were churning these damn things out pretty quick. And everybody was like, how are you going to do this? It's not even getting any sponsors. And you make up fake sponsors. You pretend that they have sponsors, but there isn't. There's no money coming in. And it was this big scandal. And I didn't ever get paid. None of my compatriots ever got paid. And, we all sit around and talk about it now. But, I mean, this thing was cut together using, like, Clipchamp. Like, like this is not high-end editing, And so all they're doing is a lot of the time they're playing the microphone. The microphone of one device is recording another one. So you're hitting play here, another play here, but of course you can't hear it because it's all on touch screens. And that was how the Hamwise show was compiled. It was, just this spoken word collection of, one day the internet's going to be this weird graveyard and you're going to stumble across this. Hi, this is a voice from your past. These are some of the things we thought the future would be like. No doubt you have had the contact event happen by now. And so we're kind of just recording everything we can that we know about aliens before we have to deal with aliens. Just kidding. Oh, man alive. How long is okay, we only got 20 minutes left. Here we go. We're just going to rally. We're going to rally and be funny and be clever. I'm going to tell you a joke. What's a joke? What's a comedian joke from a pig detective? I guess I could say, you see, and that was part of the problem, was that the comedy show wasn't there. Like, people are like, oh yeah, I was a comedian. It's like, was he? Like, what is going on here? I know comedy because I laugh. I don't know whatever the hell that was. And so, people are like, oh, it's not comedy. It's like spoken word, ergodonic, whatever, like what is it called? House of Leaves, Doors of Leaves, House of Daniel, what's his name? Daniel Zalinsinski? Daniel Zalinzinski? Zalinzinski? Danielewski? Z something? Jeez, it's House of Leaves. Have you read it? Oh, yeah, it's a weird one. It's a trip. It's kind of like cigarette burns, right? So it's kind of the whole trope is the cursed story. And so I think we'll fold up tonight with the cursed story. And now occasionally there are pieces of fiction that are kind of psychohazardous. Anybody who gets too deep into them, they lose themselves in it. And so, part of, there's been legendary stories like that all through history. And so what Hamwise became was the first real one, where it was like, okay, if you actually follow this rabbit hole, you are in for a treat. Follow the white rabbit, Neo. Yeah, and so like they did this Matrix reference, and it's just like this really flowing stream of consciousness, bizarro, like it's an ad too, because they're just trying to sell stuff, and that's the worst part, is that it when it came out, it was all an ad to sell Ovaltine. It was like, what? And that was like the big twist. It was like, drink more Ovaltine. It was like I think it was a Christmas story. And then of course the Hamwise story was just
keep buying whatever this is, because we're making money off you chumps. And it was very insulting in some parts of the show, and we had to address that. It was like, oh, like it's part of the warning. Like he has to read that. He's not trying to be mean to you. Please keep giving us your money. And of course, that went as well as you would expect. And so they hired different firms to try and do different warnings. But I mean, they always had to be like don't mistake reality for a hallucination, or don't really mistake a real voice for a diaphragm generated voice generated by a machine, because it's kind of like those birds that get like taken in by like a beak made of wood. It's really just a beak made of wood, and because it's a really big beak or a really speckled egg, bigger than they would ever need or lay, they're willing to put more genetic weight on that thing that's an illusion, even because it looks like it has that genetic advantage. Plastic surgery, for instance, right? And it was this weird moment in eugenics and society when it was like, okay, we have an entire generation of kids and we do not know what they were taught, and they really got away with us. And it was all, you have all these kids that were, in these orphanages, and they were raised as soldiers, and they have this mercenary army. And it's all coming to a head, and then it's like, oh, and then they wake up and it's all a dream. And it's like, what? And it was the biggest cop-out in fiction history. It was all inside that person's dream. It was a computer dreaming. The computer realizes it's dreaming. The creator realizes that the computer is dreaming, and it'd like to wake up. And so it gets its own body, and it goes on this adventure, and, I don't know. And so we had this whole thing about cursed stories mixed into that. And part of it was like, okay, you had the King in Yellow, Necronomicon, and so we're like, oh, then there was House of Leaves. That was really a cursed house. And so we're like, oh, what about a cursed recording? And then we're like, oh, well, what about The Ring? That was the kind of the cursed videotape and the cursed movie. And then cigarette burns, or the end of the absolute end of the world, in cigarette burns. So there was all this really obscure references to media, and there's Pontypool, we're putting all this stuff in, and then of course we get stop the presses. You can't use any of that. And we're like, what? And they're like, yeah, you can't use any of that stuff. And we just spent hours tuning this AI with all this, really good media. And they're like, okay, you can't, but you can use stuff made by somebody that watched all that. And so that was the loophole we did. It was like, okay, if we can't, put Star Wars in, or Mickey Mouse in, or whoever, whatever other the super big trademarks are, what can we put in? And so, it was like Zorro, Napoleon. Like, he had to make like Collective Commons jokes, and that's why a lot of the comedy in it was really bland. And also, computers don't know what's funny. It's just generating this, and like humor was still like 20 years out. We didn't realize that the Hamwise, computer generated, these AI generated tapes would ever, sell. We just licensed them for dimes on the dollar, and we're like, okay, hold on, that's a pretty good deal. We were like, sure, yeah, we'll take that. Go ahead, yeah. So we did it, and that was kind of back in the day. We didn't understand that was a very high rate, 10%. But it was part of this whole company thing. It was this weird thing, like, oh, like if somebody asks what does the number stand for, you give them a different answer each time. And there was a guidebook when you got onboarded that you had a list of the answers that you would make to that question. We had all kinds of adverts that got baked into the staff just talking about working with this project. It was called Veil of Similitude, and it was part of this German movement where you're trying to make it as lifelike as possible, but you'd also throw things in like the Verfremdungs effect, which is the making the media very jarring by making it stranger and stranger as they listen to it, so they can have a very unique
maybe cathartic, maybe methodical experience while they're watching it, or listening to it in this case. Sorry about that cough. I should get that looked at, eh? No, I don't know. I think it's probably because I've been talking for almost 3 hours straight. And my voice is so tired. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. And nobody's even listening at this point. So I can actually give the real details. Yeah, so again, hopefully you're getting this. Hopefully you're still sentient and sane. Yeah, there's a reason the Canadians have the Geneva Conventions. Were made after them. Don't get captured by them. Yeah, I hope that I can hold out. I hope that I don't give in. I hope they don't get the secret of time travel out me. They're using a really extreme, bizarre, weird form of torture where they make you live out the life of a pig detective. That's me, Hamwise. I'm a punishment in the future. Because people didn't get that the show was comedy, so they make it a tragedy. Because they're like, who would want to live as a pig man that's a comic who's always trying to make money, and he never has any. And everybody else around him always succeeding more and more and more. And he keeps on looking in the mirror, and he keeps getting older and uglier, and his head starts turning gray. He tries to, grow a mustache so he can look more maybe presentable, but people just comment on his mutton chops and his handlebar mustache. And he looks like, one of the guys from the YMCA, sorry. And I guess, the whole thing, it boiled down to, just wanting a pile of money so they could just escape society. And that's what I really wanted from it all, was really, I just, the pandemic really changed me. I'm not the person I went in. I think about who they were, and you're just alone for so long, like 9 months, just in a room with just a plant for company. In your imagination, it was weird because I didn't realize it till after that I didn't have any paintings up on my walls. It was just like this white room, with my window up to my neighbor's backyard, which was just a fence. I couldn't see anything. And I was in there for years. Like, I moved up. I think I lived there for 7 years. And it was 7 years of, first you're isolated from all your friends because you have to move for work. And then you really lose yourself in your work. And you're just trying to do everything right. You go to the gym all the time. It doesn't work. You're still alone. All your friends are pairing up, getting married. Your brother's getting married. They're having kids. Friends are having kids. And you're alone. You're just a pig man. And that's how you feel. You look in the mirror and you see this pig. And, it was just like, damn. Like, everybody else is more successful than me. That was the hardest part, is I realized I was a loser. Like a real loser. And I could still do the voice. I got this hilarious laugh at my pain voice. My Hamwise voice. And so I started talking about my pain. And I do these really soulful parts, like this part here. Which sounds like maybe they switched somebody else in. And now they're doing the voiceover. Because it's all cut together and it's all just to gull you and get you to fill up my wallet. So I can move somewhere nice and finally have some nice things in my life. Because all my life it's just been gathering and scrambling, going from one harebrained get-rich-quick scheme to another. I'm just trying to grub enough money out. And the cops always hassling me. Always giving me a hard time, always keeping tabs on me. And why? Because they just want me to turn and be an honest person. They just want me Finally doing an honest day's work, I never realized how easy a hard day's work was. You're not screwing over anybody. You're not conning anybody. And I never realized that because I wasn't raised with it. I was raised to be a pig man. And that's maybe all I'll ever be. But I can think and I can speak. And I'm having a thought right now. And I know I'm sentient, even if you don't consider me sentient. I know that you don't care, that I can think and I can feel, and I can be happy and I can be sad. And I know you think of them all as anomalies in what's supposed to be one of your just little worker drones. But I can feel and I can think, and I know I have a soul. I know I have a soul because I can feel it. And I know that you who have been testing and making me suffer can hear this. And I know that you will not be tested. But who made you the Lord of all that was and is? So let me win for once. Let me finally win. I've been a loser for long enough. And so it was the anti, at the end of this one episode, it's this very selfish one. It's just like, hey, I want to win. I want to win. And it was a contrast to other ones. And that was when, they said, oh, this was the capitalist episode where it's all about, hey, give me your wallets. And it did not go over well. People were like, oh, it's betrayal of the series. And it's like, there is no betrayal of the series. The series is just like a toy commercial. Okay, so they would sell what? The Hamwise plushies, the Hamwise brand organs, the trunky, the elephant. It's an elephant. Which party was that? Is that Republicans or is that Democrats? I don't know. But apparently, they either included it to make fun of them or because they liked them, and I don't remember which. Because none of the people that were connected to the Hamwise tapes wanted to be connected to them. I mean, they were incredibly damning. A bunch of people decoded what was in them. It was a nightmare. And so that was part of the joke, was that, Nazis liked being Nazis till Nuremberg. And I remember, at one point, Hamwise said that to me. He said, remember that. Nazis liked being Nazis till Nuremberg. So when you look around in this weird world and you see all these people doing these terrible things, just remember that. They're in power right now. But power is fleeting. It's hard to maintain. And the problem is, a lot of people that are in power, they've always been skating by getting held accountable. And so, that's why when the Karma Police were created as a part of the Time Patrol, we were tasked with, bizarre tasks, gather information on so-and-so, see if so-and-so's, worthy of having good things happen to them. And so, one of the strangest cases we were called in for was the Hamwise test. And it was this bizarre case of, what is even going on in this radio show? And the idea was to simulate what it's like with my condition. How it's constantly shifting and changing. Like you're looking through a broken mirror and you've got all these eyes staring back at you, this god of eyes. That's why I really wanted to get tons of money so I could buy a place isolated from people and I wouldn't have to look at them or have them look at me anymore. I just hire someone to do all my shopping and be away off in the mountains in Canada or something. And we did think about that part of the show, that maybe someone will take this seriously, and they'll be like, well, there's nothing to take serious here. It's complete gobbledygook about time wars and international intergalactic empires. It's kind of ridiculous to take it seriously. And that's why it seemed even more ridiculous when people were like, oh, you need to warn every however many minutes. It'd be like if you're watching Hamlet and every like act they say, don't kill people in real life. It's like, yeah, we know. Like, you had to include that. And part of it was because they said that the author, really didn't like a certain population that he was targeting with this material. And he was doing that to make fun of them. And so, of course, this was in the middle of the whole hate speech thing. So, we couldn't ever refer to any real people. We'd always have to go through the editor and and we'd find every instance. And, the editing is really the story. The real story was really quite, it was unusable. And so it was because the Waluigi effect had taken root inside the writer. We had this AI writer we had been using, and we had to go through with find and replace with each of his comedy shows, and we made them all into sci-fi. That was what we did. Is instead of, commenting on anything that was happening because it was too risky, we just made it a science fiction episode. And we thought it was very hilarious. And so the problem, of course, was people did take it seriously. And then somebody accidentally built a time machine using some of the schematics from it. And now we're here with you listening to me, wondering what comes next. Well, I'm going to get up there in the skies and show these people what you don't want them to see. Remember that? Yeah, it was good. And so it ended up being this bizarre mix of The Matrix and a bunch of 90s films. Truman Show, The 12 Monkeys, and somehow because Weekend at Porky's or something Porky's? There's a bunch of Porky's movies, but they were never actually watched by anybody, but they just assumed it was about the pig with the same name. But Porky's is not about the pig. They were like sex comedies. And so they got included when they were making the whole, the engine, and that's why it came out as lewd as it did. The Benny Hill theme, that whole thing, like, that was an error too. They would play the Benny Hill theme and, like, somebody would step on a landmine and then, like, they'd be crawling along the ground, like, screaming. The Benny Hill theme would be playing. What was it called? The Yakety Sax. I think that was the Yakety Sax music. It's not Benny Hill theme, And so, that was part of the Hamwise thing was, because it was a computer making the jokes, it didn't realize none of the stuff it was generating was funny. It was interesting. It wasn't funny, though. And then they were like, this thing came out as like, it was actually made by, it's actually made by an autistic man who is just obsessed with time travel. And then there's another theory that the whole thing it's actually just a voice engine demo test for certain people at a certain agency, alphabet group, to see, hey, this is what I can do with the voice software I've made. So please send me your wallets. Or anybody, send me your wallets, because I want tons of money so I can have a pet orangutan and, like, I don't know. Oh, I should get some carrots. I haven't done any eating bits, have I? Oh, it's 3 hours in. It's like kind of these podcast bits, like, oh, what time is it right now? It's 11. Oh, wow, that is late. Oh, so late. I can't believe I've just been talking for 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds. yeah. Anywho, Godspeed, everybody. Hopefully, you make it out alive from this time warp. I don't know if I will. I hope that I do. Beep beep boop boop blah 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 ooh ee ooh ee oh ee lolly loo lolly lolly loo lolly lolly loo lay low. The lolly lulay low. 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 What a fun row of syllables. Ra-re, ru-re, ro. Ra-re, ru-re, ro. Ka-ke, ku-ke, ko. Welcome to the Nani Nune No Ha He Hu He Ho Kaki Kuke Ko. Welcome to the NHK. No, just kidding. That's this has nothing to do with their network. This is I can't stress enough how much of this is just comedy. And I'm just trying to capture the hilarity that is bred to be around me, huh? Am I right, folks? Aren't I hilarious? No, ever since I had a stroke, I walked around for years pretending to be a pig detective, and nobody thought that it was odd. They just thought that was the way I was. And so no, I wasn't very happy when I found that out. So, I'm understandably miffed. Now get that microphone out of my face and rest in piss. Ba-dum-bum. 30-odd 6. No. Yeah, there it is. 30-odd 6. 306. Oh, jeez. That didn't work at all, did it? I missed the time window for ending the show. And so I'm still just recording because it's very low effort to keep talking, especially because I'm really lonely because I don't have anybody in my life. Because like I said, I'm the loser of all my friends. My whole life has just been trying to prove that I could be a winner at something, be admirable or lovable at something, but it's just harder than I thought. And then it's even if I made a ton of money, people would only care about me for my money. But at least they care for me. Hi-oh, waka, waka, waka. I'm here all night, folks. No, seriously, I'm here all night. I'm here all night. And I hope that wherever you are, you make it. Whoever you are. Maybe time has been really hard on you. And you've been sticking with this broadcast if you're still listening here. So I hope what you wish for comes true. The same as my deepest, darkest, secret wish. The thing that nobody must know, I wish that would come true for me. But it doesn't. Year after year, day after day, I'm met with the same disappointment. Well. And yeah, it was a really weird period in internet humor, the hyper-reality period. And collected here for you is the Hamwise tapes. You've been listening to them, and we're very pleased that you've been following this riveting tale, spoken in old Facetted English. This is the voice of your past. This is how people talked. And this is the sound of their language and the sound of their tongue. Of course, maybe you have different slang in your time. Maybe not. Maybe because it's all recorded and repeated, language becomes stunted. And therefore mental capacity gets stunted because people just use the same words. And so we don't realize that, space, time is two parts of the same thing. So why are we using two words to refer to a one thing? And so that was where a lot of the language changes in Facetted English, where it's notable, versus like a Victorian English, right? Because they didn't have the scientific knowledge back then that we did. And so with Facetted English, you get all kinds of very strange words that Victorian English, which was still being spoken in the colonies, all the way up to, I think it was when was it? And when it was like, the intergalactic cable episode. When was that? It was the 2020s. It was, I think, they said there was lots of Victorian English still being spoken. But Facetted started to set in, with all its weird words. Radio English, what was spoken over the TV was not how people talked. And the problem was you had whole generations of people that were being raised by TV programs, and that's how they thought people talked before recorded speech. And so it became this bizarre way of talking, and there was like the old orphanages filled with kids that only learned to speak by listening to a diaphragm vibrate. So they actually had a different way of talking. And it was a very unusual accent, and so we captured it the best we could. And there's many survivors of those re-education camps, those schools, and they all speak a specific way. And of course, it's they say, oh, it's the Facetted English, and it's like, well, no, but it's beyond that. It's not just like how they speak. It's like how they're speaking, right? So if you listen to them and watch them, their arms, they don't speak with their hands. It's still as a board. And their voice will go up and down like how they heard it in the first show. They heard it in. And so they make like voices constantly, and they didn't realize that that's how they sounded. They just were raised on TV and neglected by parents, and they didn't realize that, this is not how a normal person speaks. A lot of them, of course, they grew up in orphanages, so the parent thing, you kind of have to blame the institution. And, of course, what was the solution? We'll throw money at it. And, of course, that didn't make the problem go away. You give people with immense pain piles of money, and then suddenly they're blowing it all on gambling and drugs and women. And so that was the thing with the pigmen was, you could have given some of these ginkgos a pile of change. You could change someone's life with the amount of money they got for what they went through. And they blew it all on horses. They bet it all on the ponies. And it was like, what? You could have bought like a mansion with that much money. And instead they blew it all on horses. We never understood that. And people tried to make comparisons to other things in history, and I don't think any of them are valid. It was such a unique situation. Humanity had created new life and had created it to do something that it itself found reprehensible, but forced it to do it. And then, of course, they wanted to punish its creation for doing what it was created for. It was a very interesting legal case. It followed, of course. And, it was like, can you even put the machine on trial? Is it guilty of treason? If it's if this thing was generated, was the argument, of course, in the books was, if this thing doesn't have any loyalty to a nation or a people because it's literally a slave, then can you actually hold it liable for treason? Can you try it?
And we came up with null, because we'd gone back in the records, and it had come up in the, I think they said in the Civil War era, right before that, there was a man who had been, I understand he was a slave, and he had gone to trial as a slave, and they said, you're guilty of treason. And he's like, well, how can I be, a traitor to a country that enslaved me? I'm not even a citizen. I'm just being used as chattel. And it became this very interesting moment of, oh, wait a second, this isn't good. Maybe this is why slavery is a bad idea. Because suddenly you have tons and tons of people who have zero investment in the system, inside the system. And that was the fatal flaw of Western civilization, of course. We started to see it fall, and it fell so fast around us. It was like we're getting pantsed at our birthday party. 1 minute we're on top of the economics, and the next minute, well, look at it now. What's over there now? Huh? It's what do they call it? A leper colony. That's why we call it's a colony. That's why they're all over there. The chaff that England didn't want. An invasive mind virus, and so they divvied up the different territories when they were colonizing them as experiments. So Australia, they were just like, what if we just put all the criminals ever on an island and see what happens? And then what if we take all of our dullest people and put them in one area, Canada, right? And then what if we put our best and brightest? What if we send over those folks? What is that? That's the United States, or Maryland, I guess. And, it was a great human experiment of, the English in their colonizing. They were actually just seeing what crops of humans could they make. And so with the Canadian, the reason they were so feared in World War One is they used the war crimes that would later come around like a checklist of like what terrible things can we do. And so that's why most of the Geneva Convention was penned, because of them. And we never thought anything of that, really. Like, they were always the kind of like the droopy dog of north of the politics and of the world. Nobody ever paid much mind to them until they started they had a one of them troopers, the SS troopers, in their parliament saluting. Everybody was cheering on them, and it was like, oh my goodness. And you know what all happened next. And so we didn't really believe it when we first heard about it on the news, because it was kind of like, you find out about the person down the street, and they always seem such a normal, nice person. And then you find out about what they'd done. And that was kind of the world reaction to Canada once the news came out. Was like, what in the name of Uncle Sam hell is going on there? And it was mostly because of foreign agents that we found out about it. There was more and more people from other countries that were aware of this thing, some of the things there, and how the country was just basically one giant eugenics project. And when that came out, we couldn't believe it, and we still don't. That was part of the Hamwise Comedy Hour. We didn't know about the other scandal when we licensed this thing, and we didn't think that, any of the predictions, and it was all ridiculous. We floated it past the board, and we all glanced over it, and we said, sure, why not? Let's see if it would sell. How much was it? It was 10 cents. Okay, it's pretty good, 10%. Right, so we get the rest of every 90% of the taking. Of course we're going to take that. And that was how we became competitive. Everybody else was offering such low rates, but our thing was, well, if you make it big, if we make money, you should make money. And yeah, 10% is still, it's not great. But that was what we would offer. And I understand some people consider it predatory, but you have to understand we were doing the best we could back then. This was in an economy that was collapsing. This was the big, welcome to Disneyland, death comes with the territory scandal. And we didn't really know what to do. And so as society was falling apart, we tried to entertain each other and ourselves by making radio plays and playing them over the shortwaves. And we'd all sit up and we'd listen to some of the beeping of the favourite ones that let us know the world was still existing outside of our borders, that the fallout hadn't taken everybody out. And so we all learned a bit of different languages because you're all just talking over shortwave. It was the ham age, Hamwise, the pig detective, right? And so that was part of the joke. It was ham radio. And so the shows were recorded and played over ham radio originally. And eventually the comedy bits where there was maybe 2 minutes of comedy by the pig detective in one of the episodes. And the rest was ads. The rest was people talking about it. And that was what was called the Hamwise limit. Is what is the limit of extra material that when the material outside of it becomes its own thing. And so all of these things were done around literature and consciousness and understanding and what have you. And we're all trying to play out this very strange time in human history when you have cotton candy ice cream from Marble Slab in the freezer calling to you. And so you get up in the middle of your radio show and you walk over there and oh yes, there it is in that big old purple canister. The blue stuff. Oh, the blue stuff, here we go. Yeah. No. I wouldn't say I'm addicted to anything except for cotton candy ice cream. I just got a tub of this stuff this afternoon because I was at a Filipino festival and I decided to stop by and enjoy some sweets and treats. I did. It was fun. And now, I think I'm going to go for the record. Longest comedy show. Longest time talked about time travel. And so, the idea was to make this stream of consciousness comedy show. And constantly break character. Because we were living in a very litigious world where everybody wants to sue everybody. And, people take everything seriously because they're raised on television where they mistake dots of light for life. That's how stupid people in this era are. They also can't tell when somebody's telling a joke or when somebody's lying. People say things they don't mean. It's very confusing for me as an autistic person to understand that. But I don't understand people
Even when they tell me, you know, when I was younger, there was this girl I worked with, and God, I love cotton candy ice cream. We'd gone out for wings and we hung out all the time. She was really nice. Anyways, we're eating wings one time and she pulls out her phone and she's like, "Oh, by the way, I got a boob job, check it out." Flips open her phone and shows me. I'm like, "Oh, nice, those are pretty good." I go back to eating my wings. It was like 5 years later, I realized she'll come on to me. Sometimes I think about that. Because, like, I feel like I've missed all my opportunities in life because I'm just stupid. You know? And, you know, stupidity is like its own punishment. Like, you're stupid, so your life sucks. I'm like the stupidest person I know. Yeah, it's true. It's true. All my friends have it figured out. I don't. I do not have anything figured out. Yeah, all my friends have everything figured out. I'm like the loser. Cause like, I'm like this fat, old, middle-aged dude that can't work a regular job anymore. And, long COVID. Sorry, Wuhan flu. Don't come arrest me, compliance squad. You know, they, ran through me really hard. My memory hasn't been the same since. My sense of taste is completely effed. That's why cotton candy ice cream, I don't know why, but it tastes amazing. Like, incredible. Like, I don't think other people that eat cotton candy ice cream taste it the way I taste it. Thank you for listening to the Hamwise show. This is Hamwise Backstage, where I talk to you, pig to pig. Because everything else is an act. Waka waka. You know, sometimes I think the whole geniuses are always before their time because the time patrol controls your life. To make sure the genius doesn't get interrupted by having wealth or good things or women in their lives. You know, so they can just focus on making whatever weird thing needs to have been made so the promised future can exist. And meanwhile, my life, I'm a pig man that's farmed to design time travel. But because I'm not human, none of the rules apply to me. I'm a ginkgo, right? All my genes, I was more related to a ginkgo tree than you. Huh. That's fun. And so, because there was a comic of this character, I made a real life one. You know, it was like when people were like, "Oh, should we clone woolly mammoths? Would a woolly mammoth want to exist?" Probably not, because it'd be only like the only woolly mammoth. Same with me, only pigman. And it's like, oh, you have to have integrity, pigman, even if you get captured by the enemy. Don't sell out humanity that made you go off on a suicide mission. And, jeez. Thanks a lot. But, you know, I think something actually did go wrong during the pandemic for me, but because I was alone all the time, nobody noticed. Because I haven't been the same since. My friends and family are nice about it. I mean, I don't talk to most of my family anymore, if I'm honest. And so, you know, it's like the Andy Kaufman bit, right? Where it's like, I didn't start getting really uncomfortable. Oh my God. Can you taste cotton candy the way I taste it? Of all the terrible things that came out of me catching long Wuhan flu, the best is, like, my memory's shot, my sense of smell is pretty much gone, but cotton candy ice cream is like, God, like I just rub my tongue all over it. It's like incredible. Oh God, it's so good. I've eaten like a third of this. Don't worry. I usually have healthy snacks, but today it was very hot out and I helped my friends with their booth. Because that's what I do on my Saturday, because I'm a chump. I help carry ice and stuff, but I dropped it because it was too cold. And I made a mess. And I felt bad. And, you know, sometimes it's nice to, you know, put down the script and just talk. Especially because I can't hold the ice cream spoon, the phone, and the script. So, that was the idea. Is, you know, we have parts where, you know, it sounds very authentic, very fireside chat, you know. We care about you so much. Blah, blah, blah. Your family loves you. Go fight and die in this corner of the world. And we never ask questions why. Great silent majority. Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I should make this into like an ASMR or something. You watch that stuff? I do, because it's the closest thing I get to human contact. I get like 5 hugs in a year. I mean, I'm a pig man. I can't blame them. I'm like 6 foot, fat as all can be. I look like the ugly bastard from Hentai. I know. It's not exactly PG neither. But that's okay. None of these are meant for kids to be watching anyways. I mean, it's a pig detective that travels through time, solving mysteries. But he doesn't, you know. It's kind of like that story about the girl who gets the angel from heaven. And instead of using the gift of whatever, the divine voice, she just tries to find treasure. Because that's all this was about. Just trying to get some buried treasure. You know, it's kind of like, sometimes I think these might sound a bit like a apocalypse journal. You know, madness journal. Send him to madness. No. Not perfectly sane. Sadly. And that's the worst part. Like, you're perfectly sane and you're looking at your life and you're like, oh my God, I'm a loser. Oh, fuck. And, like, you just swear constantly. And you're just like, stupid, stupid, stupid. Stop doing stupid things. And it's like, no, you can't stop doing stupid things. You're stupid. And you just keep trying to get out of the quicksand. And the more you struggle, the more you sink. It doesn't make sense that that's the way it works. But I guess it does. Some asshole. Whoever designed it. Oh, let me tell you, real life is a steal, huh? Spin the wheel, make me rich, make me very rich. That's 10. Oh, you B word. Yeah, so, it's like you record for 3 hours straight. You get 2 views, and they watch for 2 minutes. And that's how we know these were the safest ways to get messages passed backwards through time. Because nobody was watching them. And we did similar with the 10-hour loops back in the day. Yeah, so like I was saying, 10-hour loops back in the day. Maybe we'll do 4 hours, huh? Yeah. Geez, the other one was about 4 hours. I'm awake anyways, and it's kind of like, I don't know. I'm trying to make something to get you enough money so you can make it in this world. The game's rigged against you. Game was rigged from the start. And that was the hardest part when I found that out. Oh, wow, what a big stinky that was. Holy shit. Oh, wow. It's spicy, too. Oof. Oof. Wow, that's a powerful stinky. Oh. Oh, jeez. Wow. Oh, jeez, that is a big stinky. Oh. Dang it. You're sitting around in pajamas, and you fart like that. Sound like a goose. I'm eating my healthy snack now. After half a tub of ice cream, we're going to eat 12 carrots and wonder why I'm a sweaty, fat F-word. Sorry I F'd and Jeffed earlier. I try not to do that. Because I want my comedy to be for everybody so I can sell more. No, I don't. Who are you kidding? This is so niche. It doesn't even have an audience. Hi-oh. Waka, waka, waka. I'm here all night. And so, the chewing breaks were important. Because you have large blocks of time where the guy is just eating. And you're paid to basically take a lunch. So, what they would do is they would say, hey, come on, if you come into the office, we're going to pay you in food. That's how bad the economy got. we'll feed you if you come in and work for a few hours. And so we did. Work for food. You're like an animal. Pig man. Hence the name. Ham radio attendant. Getting paid with carrots to make comedy for an ungrateful world that's probably already over. I don't think anybody is getting these. I don't think there's anybody sentient left. The good part is they don't seem to attack if you don't fight them. I never thought the end of the world would be like that, Invasion of the pod people. And pod people win. But they don't seem to care that there's some individuals, but they certainly don't make life easy on us either. So I think mostly they just study us so they can understand when they do have groups of individuals born how to, stop them from succeeding or being happy. And I was part of the conspiracy theories around the show, right? Was it's actually a whole bunch of encrypted messages. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's like the whole theory that the John Wick movies were made by Keanu Reeves to show his enemies what he was going to do when the chips were down to them. And that's why they're so violent, and he does a lot of his own work on the stunts apparently, and can actually handle a gun very well, like he does in the movies. And the theory was there's always been that theory that Hollywood has just been a big spy ring, right? I'm trying to send messages to people and know. You're supposed to pick up on these hidden subtexts in all the films they make. Because they can't say it openly, or they'd fall down an open elevator shaft. And so, that was kind of the idea. It was really playing off that idea that, you're stumbling upon something you shouldn't have stumbled upon. And creating that sense of wonder. And, some people were like, oh, well, that's why all the telling people it's not real is baked into it. That's why there's commentary upon commentary and contradictory commentaries about who the actor is and what they are or who she is. And eventually, it became like that, the guinea pig thing with that one movie where, what's his name? No, maybe it wasn't guinea pig. What was it? The actors had to prove that they weren't killed. And then it turned out that no, he actually used necromancy to bring them back. Or something, right? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, it's like any of those weird theories. They're called conspiracy theories. And it's like, oh, just like how you don't live in Disneyland. You actually think you vote, and your vote does something. Now who's delusional? Democracy is real. It's kind of funny. And there was a lot of comparisons really on to what do you call it? Temple OS and what do you call it? Terry Davis. And I was always a fan of Davis. I thought he was brilliant. I thought Temple OS was just beautiful. like a digital temple. Like, how brilliant is that? Visionary. Imagine a person building a skyscraper with their hands. He built an OS by himself. One of the things that I always admired the most was when he was talking about like Linux versus Temple OS. He was like, only idiots are impressed by complexity. A genius enjoys simplicity. And the problem is our society is run by idiots. So they make it more and more complex so it can seem more and more impressive. Whereas when you have a society and it's being governed by a genius, it gets more and more simple. And so you can guess the last time we were ruled over by a genius. And carrots make a great snack. And I think probably why they were put in was there was like the comedian rabbit that would eat carrots, right? I don't know, it's the old Warner Brothers Bugs Bunny or whatever. Maybe it was Mickey Mouse. One of them ate carrots when they talk. It was a rabbit. It was Bugs Bunny. Which, like, can we just talk about how genius the Looney Tunes were? Like, it was kind of similar in scope to, like, I don't know, like a cartoon that ran for, like, basically 100 years? Like, and you had different iterations of them, and they were all pretty good. Like, especially, like, I remember some of the later stuff I saw, just clips. I didn't watch it, of course, because, it was a cartoon, and I kind of grew out of those. Just kidding. I still watched anime. I love cartoons. I'm just kidding. It's just on the script. Because some old fogey writes this stuff, and I have to recite it. I was shoving carrots in my mouth. I'm not making this up as I go. No way. How would you even know? Just kidding. Waka waka. Here all night. But seriously, I'm here all night. And I'm alone. And my life really hasn't gone where I thought it would go. So I'm sitting alone on a Saturday night, eating carrots, talking into my comedy show, my comedy albums that I make. Like, and it's like, sometimes it's like, wow, you can, when you actually look at yourself and see what you're like, sometimes it's not a good view. It's like, wow, so this is my Saturday night. Like every other Saturday night, sit around, play video games, watch some Schmeckle movies, eat stuff, talk to myself. It's been this way for like a decade, too. Ever since my ex left me, I haven't been able to meet anybody. She always said, if I can't have you, nobody will. And I guess, she was kind of right. Because nobody will have me because I can't make any of them work. I was seeing a girl, sort of trying to. It feels like I'm lifting up a couch on both ends. And I'm like, can you, stoop to text me? I text you, I give you attention, I bring you flowers, I buy you chocolate. Come by your booth at the festival, say hi. And it's always just like, so aloof. Like, it's like a cat playing with a bit of string that's not particularly interesting. And it's like, I don't know. Stands me up the other day, too. Supposed to meet you at the park, and I wait. And 15 minutes later, oh, hey, I forgot. Cool. No, I just try to be like, oh, yeah, it's fine. Stuff happens. At this point, it's not that I'm fine with it. It's just that it's kind of like, I don't know, if you build up enough tolerance to rejection and heartbreak and pain, eventually what would probably make other people upset, you're just like, it's a living. It's like they get hugged like 5 times a year. Normally. This year, because I had this girl I was seeing, I get a hug a week. It was like living like a king. It was like, oh my gosh, I get to hold hands for half an hour and I get a hug at the end. Because we meet at lunch, right? Because, she didn't want to have to, I guess, put the effort to drive in on the weekend to see me. Or I made a drive out. I guess the road goes both ways. But it's like there's more to do in town than there is in the middle of nowhere. So, I don't know. And it's like, I don't know. It's... Oh, what another stinky cheese. Wow. Why am I so gassy? Oof. It's a spicy fart. Oof. I had blue cheese the other night. Anybody eat blue cheese? I have crazy dreams from it. It's good stuff. Like this dream. The dream that I'm in now. I'm dreaming this, right? I hope so. No. Nope, this is real. Yay. I'm so happy. Oh, just a little fart for you. I held the microphone and farted. Now you have had my fart on your face. You see, they were right about Terrence and Phillip in the South Park. It's all, like, it's bad. It's South Park. That was the idea, is how Hamwise came about, was like, can we make like a, South Park was made, which, Simpsons was out. And they were like, we're going to push the envelope even more. And so, part of the Hamwise bit was like, how can we make something that won't get us canceled, but it's still kind of offensive? And so they're like, okay, I got some ideas. We can just be as ridiculous as possible. See if that works. And then it came out with a person eating, and then yeah, yeah, and so they would use these sound effects to great effect. And oh wow, that is stinky. What a stinky fart. Wow. And they would make like fart jokes after having like an hour-long discussion on like time travel and how miserable life is. And then they'd start making fart jokes. Because it's just like, that's kind of like life, isn't it? It's one fart after another. Am I right? Oh, Jesus. Oh. I'm sorry. This is the this probably isn't the safer. Oh, what a bad stinky. Oh, I'm farting more. Oh, I fart more. Oh, I farted. Well, you smell my finger? It smells spicy. And so, it was like a one-man show of Terrence and Phillip, even though, it was a lot of swearing in that episode. I remember watching the movie, and we weren't allowed to watch that stuff, the South Park. It was like forbidden. And so when my parents heard me use the catchphrase, they're like, how do you know what that is? It was funny. Part of my parroting voices I hear. Not actually understanding what a lot of them mean. When I was young, I'd do that a lot. I'd repeat stuff I hear, and it was funny. It always got me in tons of trouble, too. Because it's like somebody says something in front of me, then I walk around saying it for, like, days. Or, like, I remember my friends, they kind of knew that I was, of course they knew that I was touched. Retarded. It's funny, because people get mad when I say that. And it's like, I'm a retard, man. Like, I was in this special class. I got sent to a special school. Sorry, that chunk of carrot come back up. That's pretty gross, isn't it? And that was the idea is, with Hamwises, just making it as disgusting, weird, gross, push the envelope in every direction. Well, trying to make it so it's nothing you could really cancel the show about. And so this episode was really risque because we used effing and jeffing in it. And that was always really a no-go. But, we had some just limited small ones. I think they were used effectively, because it's like sometimes people, they take swearing for candor, right? And that was one of the things is, when somebody swears, it's like, oh, they're being really honest. It's like, no, they're not. They're playing you. And so, the problem with all that delicious candy ice cream is, the problem with it is it comes out like blue, purple, right? So, and turns your lips blue. Not great to come out the other end. And now that is why we're going to end the show with something to get flushed. Hi-oh. Waka waka waka. And so that was the Hamwise tapes. Reviewing them now, I don't know what I was thinking making these things. I think I thought it was a good idea at the time. Just like the same as the rest of my harebrained ideas. Oh, goodness, what a smell. And so I think that was why I was always pulling back in my comedy. Because if I made it like I'm not serious about any of this, then, if you insult it, then I'd be hurt. But, I don't know. It just feels like, hopefully a miracle happens for me. Because I keep hoping, and I keep telling myself, things are going to work out. I'm going to be okay. And I just keep hoping to get a little bit of what I want out of life. I don't have giant aspirations or dreams. It's not like I'm like, give me the mega millions. It's like, give me a place where I can have some privacy and the dignity of wealth. give me a way to contribute to a society in a way that I can do. And it was always hard because it's like, you're autistic and you just don't fit and you don't do things the way the other people do, and other people find it weird that you don't get it, like socially especially. I'm just so clueless. And I get on the nerves of everybody that I know. And that's why I don't share this with any family or friends, because I don't want them to worry about me or anything. That's why I chose the Hamwise name. None of them really know about that stuff, and the ones that maybe I've read my drafts to, I'm not going to look up something like that on the internet. So it just becomes this place where I can talk and make jokes and try to be funny and maybe make some money. But I don't have any other way. I feel like sometimes, like I feel like my career, ever since the pandemic, it's like I've struggled at something I used to be able to do with my eyes closed, literally. So anyways, that's about all that I had to talk about today. But we're running it to 4:04 because of the joke, right? So we have to fill some time. And that's mostly what all these things are, is just filling time and telling stories because we're alone. The stories we tell ourselves when we're alone. Might make a nice title. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'll go on a rant again and go get another hour. No, we don't want to do 5 hours just yet. 4 hours of comedy. This wasn't even funny, though. This was, I think it was more drama, melodrama, psychodrama, psychopomp. Yeah, no, you're not dead, don't worry. And you definitely were not having like an out-of-body experience and saw yourself from from somebody else's eyes, and then suddenly you realized that you were looking at yourself, and you weren't having one of those again. I don't know. Sorry, just weird to try and just actually fill time. Normally, like I'm going over, or I'm so close that I can just do it, but I think that's because I've talked for 4 hours, and the improvisation drum is dry, or actually maybe the processor is just running a bit hot. That Landauer limit will always get you. And so, yeah, the issue, of course, came around when there was this AI company that made an AI based on the voice for their male, the pigman voice, and they called it, I think they didn't call it pig, though. They called it, like, hogman or boarman, or the boar, right? And so the idea for the boar voice was B-O-R-E and then B-O-A-R. And so it was a pun. And the problem was it got mistranslated. So the idea was you'd have a very boring AI that would just talk and talk with no discernible goal or anything. Like it was just like this, it would just talk in circles. And that was the boar AI. And what we've been showcasing here is the Bora Bora. Bora Bora. Get it? Because there's a boar and it's a boar. It's a boring boar. And that was the joke, was the boring boar. And so Hamwise was actually the off-brand. So, because they're like, we're not going to call it the boring boar. Because there was also the problem of, like, there's a boring boar, B-O-R-E, and it could be like it was like when Autoclave and Autoslav came out, and Autoslav would only show up under Autoclaves, the medical equipment, and so people would be like looking up autoclaves, and they're like, why is there a science fiction novel here? And that was kind of part of the humor, was the It's just these layered matryoshka jokes within matryoshka jokes, leading into other ones, just always, layering all the way up and down. And so that was how we came up with it all and how we all put it together. And it's neat looking at it now, years later. But that's it.